Chapter 76, Playing a Small Role. What? Seeing that Shashwan literally removed the poison caps on the white hairs, Keek couldn't help but shout out what. Also, he used a pitched tone, showing his astonishment. The other resting warriors all became quite curious by Keek's what. They felt like there was a cat scratching their hearts, for not knowing what exactly happened. They wanted to take a look, but were afraid to be despised by the team leader. All they could do was to sit there in silence, while staring in Shashwan's direction. Unfortunately, Keek was a big fellow, who blocked everyone's sight completely. The crowd wanted to swing a hammer on his head. You just observe closely all you want, but why block the sight of others? Chio did not mind it. He arrived at Keek's side and squatted after he had taken care of the wounded warrior. He watched Shashwan being busy. In fact, Shashwan was merely experimenting. Even though those white hairs were not easy to cut, they were still plants, so they were supposed to be afraid of fire. Unexpectedly, it worked. Looking at the white hairs of different length in his hand, Shashwan twiddled his fingers. Keek saw Shashwan take out 2 white hairs, and with his fingers twisting and turning, those 2 white hairs became tightly entwined with each other. In a short period of time, Shashwan connected all the white hairs without poison caps together into a long thread. It was nearly 2 meters long, and it felt elastic if you dragged it. Keek's "see" was much louder, and the rising tone was also higher. The others sitting aside felt even more uncomfortable, for they were being tortured by their curiosity. Some of the warriors felt an itch to slap Keek sideways. What the fuck? Why can't you roll over and look from afar? However, the crowd dare not to tempt the team leader's fury, and they remained sitting where they were. Asuo wanted to go and look, to check out what Shashwan was playing with. However, he had just taken one step, before he found that the team leader was glaring at him. He had no choice but to step back. Since he wasn't not able to go closer, Asuo picked up a chunk of dirt beside his feet, and tossed it towards Keek. Bang! The dirt bulk hit on Keek's back, and immediately got scattered. Keek totally ignored that dirt chunk. He was very curious seeing Shashwan turn the white hairs into a long elastic thread. He knew nothing about politeness or courtesy, so he directly grabbed the thread from Shashwan's hand. Give me. Shashwan did not hold tight on the thread, and he just gave it to Keek, and then continued to collect the white hairs in the surroundings. Chio had nothing else to do, so he helped collecting the white hairs. Keek stood up with the thread in his hands. He tried tearing it, but it did not break. Oh, it was really elastic. It's a funny thread, Keek murmured. Asuo glimpsed at Ta, and only to find that the blue veins in his forehead were popping. Perhaps he was trying to see if this long thread of tiny white hairs could be pulled off. Keek twirled the thread around his hands at both ends, and pulled hard when there was only a small part of the thread in the middle left. Just when Keek was about to bleed because of the thread broke and made a pluck sound. However, the part that broke was not the middle part in between. This is super cool. What do you plan to do with it, Ajuan? Keek asked while rubbing his hands that were almost wounded. I'm thinking about setting a trap with it if there's enough time, to see if I can catch something, said Shashwan. The team leader was even more unsatisfied. Ta regretted taking him out this time, and he decided to kick him out of the advance group once they came back. He would not allow Shashwan into his advance group ever again. When Ta announced the end of the break, Shashwan had collected and fletched lots of white hairs. He rolled them up into a big roll and put it into his animal skin bag. Those white hairs were very light. Although the roll looked large in size, it weighed only as much a mere small nut. Then, they had to besiege and hunt for those jumping fruits. Those jumping fruits that dislocated themselves from the tree. If they were cut, they would be totally disabled. The warriors in the hunting team were quite experienced, so they hardly missed. As for Shashwan, he was not even qualified enough to pick up those disabled jumping fruits. The team leader just told him to stay aside and try not to be a burden. Shashwan did not complain, but observed closely. He was learning how the others were striking the fruits. Those fruits were very prompt in jumping, and sometimes they would flee in large groups. People were easily distracted by the massive moves, so warriors had to keep an eye on one single fruit, and strike it down before paying attention to another. Meanwhile, they had to measure the striking trajectory on the fruit in their minds. The jumping fruits had no complicated emotions as animals, but they knew how to chase profit and avoid harm. You could let them slip away if you didn't pay enough attention. Shashwan hid behind a tree, yet struck down 6 fruits while he had the chance. The jumping fruits away from their tree mother would probably spend 1 or 2 days in the wild before they attached themselves on the branches again. If they could not make it back on time due to various reasons, they would just die out, or be eaten by other creatures. Also, there was a slight chance that they might root themselves in the ground and become a new plant. What the shaman required was not the whole fruit, but the seeds. Normally, warriors in the advance group would just eat the flesh and keep the seeds. So in here, most things on their menu were plants. They only stopped when all the jumping fruits dislocated themselves from the tree. If they see the disabled fruits on the ground, they would pick them up and put them into their animal skin bags. So when they were hungry, they could eat the flesh and keep the seeds of the fruits. Aside from the seeds of jumping fruits, the advance group was required to cut out the root of some swamp plant. Unlike other plants, its branches and leaves grew down the swamp, while its roots would grow up into the air and reach outside the swamp. Warriors would need to be careful not to slip into the swamp. People in the advance group would use a certain cutting method. While one warrior entangled the root of the plant, the other warrior would chop it off with a blade. It was easy to say, but very difficult to execute. The method contained high technique, and it would test the tacit understanding of the warriors. If one could not successfully cut down the main root, those roots would quickly shrink down into the swamp. Once they did that, it would be nearly impossible for people to find its root again, so it had a big chance to escape. Of course, nothing would happen if the first warrior could not manage to entangle the root. As for Shashwan's task, Ta told him to help pick up those muddied roots and collect them together. If you ask what Shashwan was feeling now, he would say that, "Okay, I am only playing a small role here." At night, the advance group would rest on a giant tree. There was a hole in the trunk, and it was especially carved out. Not only this tree, there were holes established in quite a few trees around. However, it was a matter of luck whether they got to spend nights in those holes. Sometimes the holes would be taken over by birds or other animals. Warriors needed to find other tree holes if they could not drive them away. Shashwan had seen them collecting some kind of a fruit. After being burned, the fruit would emit thick smoke. Warriors would throw those burnt fruits into the tree holes, and soon enough, the little bugs inside the tree holes or on the trunk would be smoked out and then drop on the ground. When the smoke wore off, there would be a layer of different kinds of bugs kids lying on the ground. When they were tossing burnt fruits into the holes, Shashwan took out the thread and kept himself busy nearby. Someone in the advance group would be responsible for the guarding, so Shashwan worried about nothing. It's just that Ta was very unsatisfied with Shashwan's behavior. When Shashwan asked for Ta's permission, Ta had a poker face all the time, and it took him quite some time to say yes in a very rude way, as if Shashwan had done something shameful. In fact, Shashwan knew it at heart, that Ta did not plan to take him out during the next hunting mission. He also didn't want to tag along the next time. Although there are quite some advantages of being a member of the advance group, he preferred staying with Mai's hunting group. He was treated as a mascot in this advance group, and Ta was a strict but stubborn person. It was not comfortable staying in the advance group, doing nothing. Compared to that, it was real hunting that thrilled him. As some warriors were throwing the burnt fruits into the trunk, they found Shashwan rushing back and forth not far in the woods. As they looked back, so they asked their teammates, "What is he doing?" "Setting a trap, I guess?" The other said, unsure. "What could be trapped at night? We can't use the prey anyway." "By the way, doesn't he know that the boss hates setting traps and that stuff?" "Who knows? He might as well play hard while he can." "Have you seen boss attitude? It's doubtable whether he could tag along for the next hunting trip." "Then we won't care what he does." For most warriors in the advance group, Shashwan was no relative or friend. Later on they did not plan to be attached with him, either. So he was totally shut out from their small cliques. There were factions even within the tribe. When there was no more bug dropping out from above, Ta called on the crowd, "Now let's go up." It's almost dark. Shashwan had just finished his job, so he followed the others climbing up. Just as Keek said before, in this place they would rarely start a fire. So during the night when they were sleeping in the tree, there was no bonfire. People used giant leaves to block the entrance, and all of them started to feel drowsy. Of course, some would take turns to be on duty as to guard against the surroundings, which was more than necessary. Shashwan was not hungry as he had eaten something while outside. As night fell, the vast green land outside became noisy again. All kinds of sounds were created from near and afar, which indicated that some leaves and flowers were closing and opening. With the waves of sounds, Shashwan gradually fell asleep, until he was woken up by sounds of clattering and buzzing. Some others woke up at the sound as well, but seeing the guarding warriors show no signal of danger, they fell back to sleep again. Shashwan paid extra attention to those sounds, as he was trying to figure out what creatures had fallen into the traps, and how many of them were captured. However, he was not as experienced as Old K, and his estimation was without accuracy. Since it was already night, it was impossible for Shashwan to go outside and check on the traps. He had to wait until tomorrow. In fact, he did not wish for something precious. All he wanted to do was to see what kind of nocturnal creatures existed in this land. It's probably his only and last chance to be here. He wanted to see more. Just wait, he'll have his answers tomorrow. Chapter 77, Pictures at the end of the scroll. Shashwan had a sound sleep after midnight. It had been a while since he had last dreamt about something. However, tonight he had a dream. As a matter of fact, Shashwan himself also had no idea what was exactly in the dream. He dreamt of something green, which gradually covered his whole view. It was a flowing green, and he was drifting in the sea of green. The green entered his chest every time he breathed, which made him feel cozy all over the body. It felt like every part of his body had been cleansed. Let's say that his body was the ground covered in dirt and dust, but then got all washed clean by the cool water. He felt purified all over. Unlike the tense and depressing feeling in the past, Shashwan only felt totally free from inhibitions this time. It was a kind of comfort which Shashwan had never experienced before. All the fatigue and bad mood in this hunting mission had been washed away, and Shashwan wanted to howl to the heaven. All changes happened in silence, but they were breathtaking. Early in the morning, when the sun came out, the warrior's slumber was disturbed by various kinds of sounds in this green land. However, it was the rushed voice of a warrior that woke up everyone. "Boss, come here. Check this out." That warrior had climbed down the tree a minute ago, and he was shouting at Ta from the entrance of the tree hole. Ta was reading a roll of animal skin before he looked at the warrior. All the warriors became clear-headed even though they were yawning a second ago. Given the voice of the warrior who just spoke, obviously he had found something quite special. It couldn't be a threat, but should be peculiar enough. Not only Ta, the other warriors all climbed down quickly. Shashwan was the last person to exit the tree hole. He looked down from the entrance, and found that all warriors that rushed down were circling around the trap he had set last night. "What the hell is this? It looks funny. Is this its limb? The limbs of a tree? Is it dead already?" I poked at it, but it didn't move. "Perhaps dead. You should untie this thing, and then we can have a clear look at it." But how to untie this knot? "Oh, you stupid thing, you can just tear it apart." "Stop it, Keek. Stay away. You are such a tactless moron." Ta had told them to untie the thing trapped in the rope, but only to find that they had nowhere to start with. The threads trapping the thing was made from the white hairs from yesterday, which meant that it was hard to cut. Also, they needed to be careful not to break the thing trapped inside. Chio held a stone knife up high, but after a while, he decided to quit. He looked around, and found Shashwan climbing down the tree with no rush. In a hurry he said, "Come over here, Ajwan. Something's in your trap." The clamorous crowd immediately quieted down. The trap was set by Shashwan last night, however, Within the night it captured something. Last night there were even warriors taunting him. Asuo glimpsed at the team leader standing beside him, only to find that the boss was thinking about something with a poker face. He acted as if he had not heard Chiyo calling upon Shashwan. Shashwan walked towards the circle, and warriors quickly cleared a passage for him to approach the trap. Last night, Shashwan did not set many traps, for he was not familiar with the place after all. Only 2 traps were set casually, since he received no support from the others, and time was limited. He couldn't ask people to wait for him. He had found a tree nearby that had some sticky resin secretion, so he put some at a trap. Well, now on the place where he daubed the resin, there was something glued there. It looked like a simple skeleton formed by green branches. There were legs, and hands without complicated fingers. There were 3 toes, long like claws. Shashwan did not expect this resin to be so sticky after it got dried in the air. Yesterday when he put it here, it was like normal glue, however now it was totally super glue. He thought that if there was some creature that could run fast, he could use the resin to slow it down. For even if it was fast, the sticky glue would decline its speed. Meanwhile, it would allow the snare to tie the creature tight. While in the other trap, there was a football-sized tope ball trapped inside. When there's a gust of wind, the ball trapped in the net of white threads would suddenly create a buzzing sound. It would fly along the wind, but since it was trapped within the net of white threads, it was pulled back again. Because of the rebounding force, the white thread created sounds of vibrating strings. So the sound from last night was created by this thing. One of the night guards said, "I heard it too yesterday." Unexpectedly it was caused by this ball. "What is it, boss?" asked Asuo. Ta moved his sight from the odd green skeleton, and then took a look at the bouncing ball in this net of white threads. He took out the roll of animal skin, and opened it to the last 1/3 part. The first 2/3 of the scroll had the pictures of all the things that they would search for. Every time when they come to the woods, they would be able to find most of the creatures as long as it was the right season. However, the latter 1/3 of the scroll recorded all those rare things. In the shaman's words, one could only be considered blessed if encountering them. Because of that, they never paid extra attention to finding them. In the past, their ancestors would rarely encounter 1 or 2 creatures on the end of the scroll. A few years ago, the team leader of the other hunting team had found a plant pictured on the end of the scroll. His name is Guihi. Being the team leader of the other hunting team, he is also a candidate in running for the chief's position in the future. Obviously he had received high praise and hence improved his impression with the shaman with that rare plant. Guihi got his name directly from the shaman. If you carefully explored his family, you'll find that Guihi was the son of the shaman's nephew. Naturally Guihi was more close with the shaman with his ties of blood. If Ta's father weren't the chief, he would not have been qualified enough to compete with Guihi at all, especially since recent years. Guihi had much more glorious harvests than before. That was the reason why Ta was eager to find the rare plants. He even brought Shashwan in his advance group, just to take advantage of ancestors' blessing. However, Ta did not anticipate that they would encounter something rare. Ta's mood became complex, as all the rare things were captured by Shashwan. Just yesterday, he was complaining that those traps were little tricks that would wear down one's willpower. Today, he received an invisible slap on the face, and it was a good one. If he had known that traps could help catch the plants on the end of the scroll, Ta would never despise those little tricks. This is the wind ball from the end of the scroll. Ta pointed at a picture of a ball near the end of the scroll. Shashwan reached over to take a look at it. The pictures on the animal skin roll were quite simple, but the holes on the ball were exactly the same as the ones on the ball he captured. "Hey, that's terrific." Asuo rubbed his hands and laughed. "You know, they would have higher status in front of the shaman if any plants from the end of the scroll were found." The others all seemed delighted. "What about the other one?" asked Chiyo. They all quieted down again as they waited for Ta's answer. Before, when they were checking the wind ball, they did not find anything on the scroll like the other one in the trap. That thing's feet were glued by the resin, and below its waist, there were lots of white threads winding around. Just because of that, it would not manage to escape even if it could lift a foot. Aside from that, people found that this thing had arms and legs. Besides, the torso was made from a few branches. But there was no head. Ta stared at the headless skeleton with an inexplicable look. When I first joined the advance group, the shaman and the former chief had told me something. Ta pointed at the tide green skeleton and said, "It looks like the plant that the shaman had talked about." The green thief. Green thief? What is that? Is it useful? The shaman did not add it on the animal skin roll. There were a lot of clamors of comments. Ta was smiling in a weird way. Is it useful? Damn right it is. It can't be any more useful. If it is indeed the green thief, we would be received as heroes of the tribe when we return. It's said that the herbs made from the green thief would allow people to see in the darkness. All warriors took a deep breath, and then, their breaths became more and more rapid. Night vision. It was something that all of them had been craving for. Why was everyone so afraid of the night? Because at night, they would lose their vision. Even intermediate totem warriors, or even senior totem warriors would freak out when faced with darkness. Hence, instead of hunting at night, warriors in the hunting team would hide in a tree hole or mountain cave. Warriors in the tribe had hunted down various kinds of animals and ferocious beasts, among which many of them were nocturnal ones. People said that you could have a clearer vision in the dark if you ate the eyes of those nocturnal animals. However, it was not true. At least, those who had eaten the eyes did not feel much progress in their night vision, or perhaps it worked, just produced minor effect. If this was the Green Thief. Chapter 78, The Green Thief Marches at Night. As the others were immersed in the concept of Green Thief and night vision, Shashwan carefully observed the traps he set yesterday. In fact, the tree secreted quite a lot of resin, but only limited quantity could be used to set the trap. Shashwan discovered that the resin in different sections of the tree had varying levels of viscosity. When cutting out the bark, there was only a tiny bit of resin that was sticky enough to be used in the traps. He collected the sticky resin, and applied them around the snare. However, it could only cover 2 snares. Yesterday, when they were cleaning the remains of those dead bugs, warriors had shoveled a layer of moss and grass away, so it was very bare in the surroundings of the tree that they were resting on. The smell of the burnt fruits remained, which could also drive away most of the animals. Consequently, Shashwan found that there were lots of marks in the resin on the ground. The tree he cut yesterday overflowed with plenty of resin, but most of it was not sticky enough. On the edge of those marks in the resin, there were obvious traces of something being dragged. Apparently something had stepped on it. No warriors in the advance group had touched it, or else there would be clear footprints. Shashwan thought for a moment and then looked around. He set his sights on a plant nearby, which was in full bloom. On its top when the wind blew, the pollen would scatter over the ground. "Can I pick those flowers, team leader?" Shashwan asked. Ta had mentioned that Shashwan should report before every single action, for acting without authorization was absolutely forbidden. Ta gazed at Shashwan for a moment, and then agreed, "Yes, just go ahead." If in the past, Ta would have never allowed Shashwan to go pick the flowers, for such moves were totally dull in his eyes. However, now he felt that perhaps Shashwan had found something. Shashwan climbed up the plant, and tried to break the flower off with his hand. However, he did not succeed, so he held out the stone sword and chopped on the stem. With his hands he held the calyx, the green part on the bottom that protects flower, and then carefully passed it to Chuo, who was standing beneath the plant. Only after cutting off 2 flowers, did Shashwan climb down the plant. Chuo, who caught the flowers from Shashwan, was stained with pollen all over his body. It wasn't avoidable, for the flowers were rich in pollen. "What are you going to do with this, Ajwan?" asked Chuo. "I'd like to see if there are any traces on the ground," answered Shashwan. "Trace?" The others surrounding the green thief looked at Shashwan as well. Shashwan held the calyx and angled towards the ground, as he softly shook the orange pollen down on the ground. People saw Shashwan circling around the tree with resin. He held the flowers while shaking down the pollen. In a little while, the ground under his feet was covered by a layer of orange pollen. After the pollen was distributed, Shashwan found a broadleaf and kept flapping it as if it were a fan. The layer of pollen on the ground was blown away, but some of it remained on the ground. The orange pollen was quite obvious, and those left on the ground formed many footprints. They were the same footprints similar to the green thief that was ensnared over there. Seeing the footprints down on the ground, Ta looked up at the crowd and said, "Do the same. Pay extra attention on the places with the resin." The tree that Shashwan had cut was not the only tree with resin. Yesterday when Ta was checking on the surroundings, he noticed quite a few trees with the resin. All of them had somehow spread their resin onto the ground and it covered a large area. At Ta's command, all the blossoming flowers in the early morning suffered. They were all cut down by warriors in order to get the pollen. In a moment, pollen and leaves filled up the woods. Fortunately, it was not dangerous in the surroundings. After quite some time, they finished distributing and blowing away the pollen. However, all were in silence this time. The resin that had spread on the ground revealed numerous footprints. They were not obvious because of the grass and moss. Some of them were not even in the exact three-toed shapes. However, all warriors knew that they were the same footprints as before, and they were heading towards the same direction. The orange footprints were quite large in number, and thickly dotted. Since many places were covered by fallen leaves or weeds, it made it difficult for the pollen to work. People had every reason to speculate that there were more footprints than they would have ever imagined. Apparently, a large nocturnal army had marched through this place last night, right beneath the tree that they were resting on. However, no sound was heard by the night guards, aside from the one that got captured by Shashwan's trap. Of course, Ta had spent so many years in the advance group, yet he had never seen a nocturnal army of plants. The green thief marches at night in silence. The reason why the green thief was not listed on the animal skin roll was because it was too hard to find. It could be very risky, for the ancestors all knew about how dangerous it was to hunt at night. Many brave warriors had died hunting in the dark. They had no other choice but to remove the promising target from their hunting list. So later on, there were no hard-to-find plants like the green thief on the animal skin roll. In the past century, no one of the advance group had ever encountered the green thief. Had Ta not paid constant attention to his grandfather's and tribal elder warriors' stories, he would not have connected it the green thief and it would have always been a legend to him. He had always admired those ancestors who had seen the green thief in the past. However, unexpectedly today they captured one alive. Although it was captured by Shashwan's trap, Ta knew it at heart that he was slapped right on the face for his contempt. He felt it was worth it, seeing the green thief with his own eyes. Ta still could not comprehend what had happened. The green thief marches at night. The green thief marches at night in silence. It is the green thief. Then let's just untie this snare and collect it already, boss. Do not let it end up in another creature's hand. Right. I'll fetch the wooden box from the tree hole. Will the wooden box work? What if we use the stone box, or just fetch them both? But there's only one green thief. What to do with two boxes, unless we cut it into two parts? Does anyone know if the green thief could be brought outside? What if it just dies when we bring it out? Keek murmured. Keek, you shut up. All the others shouted. But the snare is too difficult to untie. How to untie your snare, Ajwan? Chio looked at Shashwan, who was standing not far. However, Shashwan paid no attention to them now. He saw something. It was blurred, and all the sounds nearby seemed to be muted. It was silence. 1, 2, 10, 100, 1,000, thousands of them. Perhaps there were more. Those green figures were walking towards the same direction in groups. Compared with the green thief that he captured, those green thieves had their heads, and their heads looked like inverted mops. The cyan thieves were the same height as Shashwan, but were as skinny as bamboo. They were walking in the woods without any sound. Ajwan, hey, what's wrong with you? Warriors over there planned to keep calling him, but were stopped by Ta. Is he seeing something? Said Asuo. Seeing something? There's nothing but trees over there, unless it was the epiphany of the ancestors. Thinking about that, all the warriors trembled without warning. They dared not to be noisy. Hey, he moved. Keek whispered. Over there, Shashwan walked ahead on foot. He was walking towards the same direction as the cyan thieves were heading to, but after a few steps, he looked back at the trap again. Oh, now he's looking back. Keek said again. You just shut up, Keek. Ta growled. Originally, Shashwan saw those cyan thieves walking besides him, and some of them were walking through his body, as if he did not exist at all. Shashwan couldn't help but walk with them in the same direction. However, those cyan thieves were too fast for him to follow. Shashwan felt that he was being assimilated, but quickly enough he resisted the feeling of assimilation. He looked back at the trap totally confused. The others assumed that Shashwan was looking at them, but in fact, he was looking at the green thief, which was tied on the ground. After being trapped, the green thief found it impossible for him to escape, so its head just dislocated itself from the body. It was not dead, but it left a part of its body out, to allow the main part to survive. It was the same as when a gecko fled without its tail. When the time was right, it would grow into a whole creature again. Shashwan moved his sight away from the trap, and then looked at the direction that the cyan thieves marched towards. He saw a green thief walk up on a tree, with its toes stuck on the trunk. It was perpendicular to the trunk, but it walked as if it were still walking on the ground. It moved upwards for about 15 meters, and then, it reached out its hand to poke into the trunk, but quickly withdrew. Then, like earlier, it walked down the tree, and rejoined the nocturnal army. What was in there? Shashwan observed the tree for a while and then began to climb its trunk. Ta indicated that all warriors should surround Shashwan for his protection, in case of any accident or emergency. His eyes were fixed on Shashwan. Indeed, he wanted to find something with Shashwan's help, but he also promised the shaman that he would take Shashwan back to the tribe, safe and sound. Over there, Shashwan saw a tiny hole when he reached the spot that the green thief poked into the trunk. Some green thing like a bean sprout was in it. Looking at the bean sprout, Shashwan gripped its head with his fingers and suddenly pulled it out. The bean sprout was little, but it took him some strength to pull it out. Seeing that Shashwan pulled out something with the same color as the green thief, Ta had sparkling traces in his eyes. The seedling of the green thief? The green thief. It walks in the dark with its green body. It steals the life of the tree to breed its offspring. It was said that the nocturnal army of the green thieves would only exit once in a year. Was it really the blessings from the ancestors? Chapter 79, Firelance. When Shashwan came down from that tree, he was immediately surrounded by the others, for all of them had heard Ta's words. Is this the seedling of the green thief? Chio had sparkling eyes, and stared still at the young bud in Shashwan's hand, which was smaller than his finger. Is that eatable? Keek pushed the others in front of him away. As he was about to reach out his hands to take that young bud from Shashwan, he was stopped by Ta, who blocked him with his arm. Let me have a look at it, said Ta. Seeing that Ta was here, Shashwan passed the bean sprout-like young bud to him. As for Keek's earlier question about whether it was eatable, Shashwan guessed that the answer might be positive. It did not feel particularly special when you held it in your hands, but Ta assumed that it was the seedling of the green thief. How did you know that there was this seedling there, Ajwan? Did you see anything earlier? Asked Ta. They just witnessed Shashwan walking straight towards that tree as if he knew it was there. Then he climbed up the tree and pulled the seedling out directly. Earlier? Shashwan rubbed his head, and acted as if he was recalling hard. Someone might have told me that there's something over there earlier, so I went for it. But you looked back then. What did you see? Ta stared at Shashwan's eyes as he asked. Shashwan did not try to avoid Ta's sight, but continued. I felt that someone was calling my name, so I looked back. Calling your name? Who called you? The ancestors. Almost all of them were thinking the same thing. Aside from this one, are there any other similar seedlings? Asked Ta again. Shashwan frowned a little, looking bewildered as well as embarrassed. You should just think about it calmly, Ta said gently. Shashwan lowered his head, as if trying very hard to search his memories. But in fact, he was only faking it. The vision of the green thieves had already disappeared, but he had a vague impression about which trees had the seedlings in them. If it was old Ku was asking, Shashwan would have given a detailed explanation. However, it was Ta, so Shashwan did not plan to tell the truth. Since everybody assumed that he was blessed by the ancestors, he decided to let the ancestors take all the credits, so as to save himself from finding more excuses. After thinking for about 2 minutes, Shashwan pointed at some trees nearby. Ta paid no more attention to other things, but hastened to command the warriors to go search in the trees that Shashwan had pointed out. Now everything besides this had to be put aside. The green thief became the top priority. Although a lot of things on the animal skin roll had not been found, a green thief would be more than enough to make up for that. It could even outdo all of them combined. Although those young seedlings needed to be confirmed, it was completely worth it to search for them. Not all the trees that pointed out by Shashwan had seedlings, but warriors were very careful when searching all the trees. They were almost searching it inch by inch. Shashwan could not tell the exact location of the other buds, for he had only paid extra attention to the one, so he only knew the precise location of that bud. "Hey, I've found one!" Asuo shouted out cheerfully. He would very much like to swallow the seedling he had at hand immediately. In fact, he would totally have done that, if Ta wasn't staring at him. Seeing those circumstances, Ta gave Shashwan the strip-shaped stone box with the headless green thief inside, and said, "You keep this for now, while I go and search as well. Just wait here. Do not wander around." "Alright, got it." Shashwan took the stone box and rested leaning against a tree. The reason why he could see the visions should be because of the other special ability in his body. In the past, it warned him of the dangers that were about to occur. But now, he seemed to be able to see something that happened in the past. However, Shashwan could not control it at his will yet. As he was resting, Shashwan suddenly looked at the ground beneath his feet. Something was trying to come out from below, but the others were absolutely unaware of the coming danger. Probably because all of them were in the trees and had no connection to the ground, so none of them had noticed the thing approaching fast beneath. "Something is coming!" Shashwan shouted. Almost at the same time that Shashwan finished his words, fiery red vines drilled out from the earth. Luckily, Shashwan had a quick reaction. He leaped high as he shouted out the warning, and he leaped higher with the help of the trees nearby. "It's the fire lance! Run, Shashwan, run!" The others quickly withdrew from the trees. Careless. Ta pulled out a stone axe from his waist and tossed it towards the vine. Crack! It was the sound of stone chopping on a piece of wood. The blood-red vine that came after Shashwan was as thick as an adult's arm, but it got chopped down into 2 pieces by the axe. Blood-like liquid poured out and sprinkled on the ground. However, it had only dislocated the fire lance's tip, and the bleeding vine was still chasing after Shashwan. What's more, there were more than 10 vines drilling out from the ground. According to Shashwan's estimation, at least 50 vines had drilled out in the air. Aside from those thin and short ones, no one knew how many more of them were still hiding beneath the earth. When the warriors had withdrawn, Shashwan's pressure decreased. His ability was still quite limited, so there was no chance that he could take the tough attacks from those tough vines. Even though they were merely vines, they were totally different from the red vines that Shashwan had seen earlier. The ones Shashwan had seen could only sweep away the prey, and they were much less aggressive. However, the one that they were dealing with now was much fiercer. They stabbed directly as if they were spears. The tree that Shashwan leant on for resting earlier had already been stabbed through at least 3 times, and all of that happened in the blink of an eye. It was the fire lance. The tips of the vines were as sharp as spearheads, while the tiny hair-like extrusions on its body would dance like fire while moving. It deserved the name. 100%. Every single hair-like extrusions on the vines were used for absorbing. They could absorb a plant's liquid, as well as the fresh blood of humans. The experienced warriors, who had hunted a long time in this green land, were all familiar with this plant, so Ta and the others knew well enough how they should be handled. When Shashwan was dodging the attacks, he paid extra attention on Ta's moves. There was much to learn under such circumstances, especially from those experienced old warriors. He needed to take the chance. As for the experienced old hunters, although they might lack the fit movements or fancy actions, Every single move of theirs was quite prominent. All of the moves were acquired during hundreds or even thousands of tough fights. Sometimes, their conditioned reflexes could be much faster than their thoughts. It was almost an absolutely instinctive reaction, but it was a simple and practical killing move. All the warriors soon withdrew and entered combat status. Promptly they began to cooperate with each other. Their fighting power surged. They had a momentum that could almost beat the fire lance. Every warrior had his own weapon. Constantly, they swept their arms and struck those fire lance with the weapons in their hands. All their strength went through the weapons and was hammered down on the vines. The attacks were fluent and kept hitting on the vines in waves. If any one of them had a small lag, or made a slight mistake, they would risk losing their momentum. They had to rely on the momentum, even if they were not fighting with a ferocious beast. It all happened in a short period of time, and the ground was dyed red. The danger was about to pass, but banging sounds emerged from underground. It turned out that the other vines underneath had drilled out as well, while the part that was above the ground had grown twice as large. It seemed that the fire lance was about to put up a desperate fight. More to Shashwan's misery, most of the newly drilled out vines were coming after him. "Move away, Ajuan!" Ta shouted over at him. However, right after his shout, Ta found that the running away Shashwan turned around and was heading back. Ta was so furious that he almost spat out some blood seeing that. "What the hell? You were clearly told to run farther, but now you headed back? What's your plan? To drag the team's feet? Did you feel that it was not sticky enough over here?" Normally, Ta wouldn't choose to continue the tangled fight with the fire lance. Instead, he would probably take the team away from it. However, there were many green thief seedlings nearby, the things that he was not willing to give up. Clearly, the other warriors all shared his opinion, and none of them had any intention to withdraw. They were nearly crazy in the combat. It was understandable, for it was never easy to encounter the seedlings of green thieves, but they were disturbed by the fire lance. What's worse, the fire lance had destroyed many trees nearby, which made the search for seedlings even more difficult. And, oh yes, some boy was putting himself in the middle of chaos, on purpose. Great fury flashed in Ta's eyes. He suddenly stamped his feet, and stepped on a very thick vine. The plant beneath his feet immediately got scattered as if were attacked by some very heavy thing. Earlier there were some hair-like extrusions tangling around Ta's feet. Now they were all broken in the blink of an eye. Ta grasped the stone axe, and repeatedly chopped. Sounds of cracking resounded, as if many pieces of cloth were torn apart in the air, and many pieces of hardwood were chopped apart at the same time. At the same time when he chopped, Ta moved quickly towards Shashwan's direction. He wanted to kick Shashwan out of this mess immediately. The one he hated most was someone who stalled the team. However, only 2 steps closer to Shashwan, Ta found that there was a similar giant fire lance chasing after Shashwan. The newly drilled out vines were running after Shashwan like spears filled with a lust for killing. They were coming this way. No wonder the lad chose to run backwards. Chapter 80. Falling into the trap. Promptly, Shashwan ran back with the stone box, which contained the body of the green thief. Earlier, he planned to flee the battlefield as far as possible, because he knew in his heart that he would be a heavy liability even if he stayed at where he was due to his limited ability. However, he did not run far before he had a sudden sense of danger. Using his special view, he saw some light green creature approaching him fast from beneath the ground, and it was in the same shape as the fire lance that they had encountered already. Since he woke up this morning, Shashwan realized that almost all the plants were in the color of green in his special view, but most of them were pale green, sometimes even crystal-like. However, the color of the fire lance was deeper to light green. His path of escape was blocked. Shashwan intended to change his direction, only to find that this approaching fire lance seemed to be focusing on him. So was the earlier fire lance. He was their sole target. Was that for the green thief, or perhaps they were only after Shashwan himself? No matter whether their target was the green thief, or Shashwan himself, He couldn't handle their attack anyway. His only option was to retreat to seek help. Shashwan sped up his pace as he touched the animal skin bag he had on his waist. Ta had the confidence to put down one fire lance. Even if he didn't manage to kill it, he could totally drive it away. However, now there was another one. The situation became quite tricky, for both of the fire lances were extremely aggressive. Ta chopped down a piece of vine. There was no time for him to wipe away the blood on his face. He yelled at the other few warriors, "You guys go and deal with the other one." However, Ta only had about 20 warriors, and in a short period of time, they could not handle both of the two fire lances at the same time. In the meantime, people were worried about if there would be a third or a fourth one. If that happened, they would have no other option but to give up this place. Their hearts were unwilling. Although their hands did not slow down, there was still a faint impatience. What was the most important thing for a plant? The roots. However, those plants that could run freely all knew very well about how to protect their roots. Some of them would even bury their roots deep down under the ground so that others would have a rare chance to attack it. Especially when it came to tough plants as fierce as the ferocious beasts, one would only end up dead if you tried to attack its weak point, yet didn't manage to make a fatal strike. Unfortunately, no one had the confidence. Even Ta and the others, who were quite experienced in fighting with the fire lance, would run away and engage in a real combat only when they were forced to. As Ta and the others were trying to figure out how to drive those two fire lances away quickly, an amplified picture of a snare was formed in Shashwan's mind. There were not enough threads, so Shashwan could only try to make an incomplete one. Now he should not rely on Ta and the others completely. Shashwan wanted to make his own contributions, for they were a team after all. They shared the honor and defeat. According to the success rate that Shashwan calculated in his mind, the incomplete snare was worth trying. He had never attempted to set such a large-scaled snare, so he was not sure about the effect as well. After all, the reality might not agree with his expectation, but no matter how effective it might be, it was worth trying. Even the slightest help counts under such circumstances. What's more, in such a place like this one, quick combat was always considered the best strategy. Shashwan carried the stone box with one arm, while his other hand promptly took out a spearhead dart with a white thread. Although he was using only one hand, he was quite skilled in making a knot. With twisted fingers moving up and down, the white thread got tightly entwined at the end of the dart. Whoosh! Shashwan dodged the whipping vine, and tossed out the dart hard. He was not aiming at the vine, but some point on the ground. The dart pierced deep underground. The first point was set, and the second one needed to be set quickly. Ta and the others were attacking the fire lances and had their hands full as they tried to contain them, so that Shashwan could easily cope with the situation. The way that Shashwan dodged was artful. He jumped high and landed low. His moves seemed to have no regular pattern, but every single move was made after precise calculation. Even if they were only meaningless actions in the eyes of others, all of them were done in a short moment. Midst the thundering sounds, the whipping vines were dancing in the air wildly. Numerous dirt chunks and stones were swept away by the vines. There were sounds of broken trees, flying dirt chunks and cracked branches, along with the sounds of chopped down vines. So, the sound of spearheads drilling into the trunk, the ground and the vines seemed to be too weak to be heard. Shashwan was really fast. No one would know what he was doing without close observation. Shashwan twisted his fingers pretty fast, and he was also quick on the feet. Every time when he reached some place to bury a spearhead, he finished the knot in the blink of an eye. All the knotting and connecting must be done at the same moment due to the limited time and space. The muscles all over his body were in full function, and the totem power inside him was used to its limit, as it was running through all his meridians. If you looked closely, you would find that there was a layer of surging airflow around his arm, which he used for setting the snares. Shashwan ran back and forth near those two fire lances with the stone box in his arm. Quick, quick, quick! Setting a trap must be done quickly, especially when you set it at a hunting scene. Even a small action might cause unpredictable changes. It was only for a few seconds, and Shashwan had finished with the peripheral settings. There was still one middle step that needed to be done. Shashwan stamped on the vine with all his strength, and leapt away before the hair-like extrusions could tangle his feet. "What are you doing, Shashwan? Hey, mind your steps and do not run around." Seeing that Shashwan was running on the peripheral zone, Chio and the others got quite confused. Shouldn't he be fleeing away? "It wants the green thief," Shashwan shouted. "It wanted the green thief?" The fire lances also targeted the green thief. Before anyone could say anything, they heard Shashwan shout out again, "I just set a trap. Everybody needs to move away later." He rushed towards the middle of the two fire lances. As he shouted, "Stop it, Shashwan, what are you doing?" Ta shouted out angrily. The battle in between the two fire lances was not strong. Obviously these two plants had no intention of fighting each other. That was also the reason why Shashwan dared to run through them. Also, Shashwan was quite fast in his running. Although he could not fight against the fire lance, he had the ability to avoid their attacks. Shashwan stepped on the vines and jumped high. His moves were too fast to be seen, while the spearhead darts flew through quite a few points. When there was a need for nodding, he would do it in a second. "It's finished." But Shashwan did not stop running. Shashwan with the stone box in his arms became a perfect bait. No matter where he ran to, the two fire lances would be chasing after him, attacking. Just because of that, Ta and the others were following Shashwan to resist most of the vines. A vine shot up from a sharp angle from below. Shashwan did not try to avoid it. Instead, he took out the stone sword to resist. Bang! There was a crashing sound like two stones hitting each other. Chio and the others saw that Shashwan was flying in the air because of the recoil. Keek was the closest one to Shashwan, and he planned to rescue him by catching him there. He would be falling directly onto the ground if no one helped him. However, Keek found out in shock that the boy stopped in the middle of the air. He was supposed to be flying down in a parabola. Yes, he stopped midair, steady and still. In the meantime, people heard something. It was like when wood got strangled tight. Not only Keek, even Ta and the others were surprisingly shocked with their eyes wide open. But at a second look, they found that Shashwan was not standing in the air. He was standing on a white thread. When did the white thread exist there? All the warriors were confused, but they thought about Shashwan's earlier claim of setting a trap. It might work. Seeing such circumstances, everybody retreat. "Chio, Keek, Sio, you go back a little more," Shashwan asked the ones in the circle of the trap to step down. He wanted to be safe, even if they weren't in danger in the first place. Standing on a white thread, the snare in Shashwan's mind became clearer than ever. Some vines were shooting towards him, and at least one of them fell into the trap. Although there were two separated individual fire lances, half of their vines were strangled in the snare that Shashwan set. Any single vine falling into the trap would trigger a series of reactions on the snare. It was a chain trap. Shashwan felt that everything was moving slower than usual, and time seemed to have been frozen. All he could see now were the few vines shooting at him, along with some threads, which might not be so clear in other people's eyes. They became more and more clear in Shashwan's vision. Besides that, everything else merged into the vague background. "It's nearer." One of the vine twisted, and it flew through the thread in Shashwan's vision. It fell into the trap. Chapter 81, Massacre. Shashwan leapt high. He rebounded from the white thread to dodge the piercing vine aimed towards his face. In midair, he pulled out the last spearhead dart and grasped it tight in his hand. With the last remnants of the white thread wrapped around the dart, Shashwan jumped. The line pulled taut. Shashwan could clearly feel the tension through the body of the dart. Shashwan took a deep breath. The spearhead dart in his hand immediately weaved left and right before he finally pulled it back with all his strength. Kill. Creak. The sound was like some steel thread sawing on wood. This time, the sound could be heard from more than just a few spots. Dozens of places emitted the same creepy sound almost at the same time, and it was a lot shriller than before. Everyone who heard the sound felt as if they were witnessing a huge tree being strangled to death gradually, their nerves all stiffened by the sound and the vision. Chio and Keek, as well as the others, had no idea what Shashwan was planning to do, but under such urgent circumstances, They knew it at heart that the situation required their full cooperation. They decided to do their best to cooperate, even though deep down inside they did not think that Szechuan could actually accomplish anything. However, right after they stepped backwards and retreated from the battle zone, they heard those disturbing sounds that set their nerves on edge. People looked over there to see what was creating that sound, but soon enough, they were stunned by the sight. The originally loose web of snares tightened instantly. The vines thrashed and swung in the air. Its movements were restricted by the threads. The tension of the threads caused the web to tighten upon itself as the vines moved. However, the vines continued to resist, causing the snare to pull tighter and tighter. All of it happened within a single breath. Bang, 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 bang. Right after the creaking sounds, there were sounds of wood and threads breaking. People were under great mental strain already, and now the sounds almost exploded in their minds. Along with the sound, the blood of the fire lances splashed everywhere. Red liquid filled the air and splattered all at once. No matter if the vines were close to ground or were suspended in the air, all of them were sliced by the threads. Its blood-red sap poured out along with the haunting sounds of its struggle. The blood in the surroundings spluttered out evenly, despite of it coming from two separate plants. These fire lances emitted the smell of a dangerous predator belonging to the plant wilderness. In contrast to the carnage of blood-like sap on the ground, two giant bloody flowers bloomed. Like evil spirits, the flowers were even more colorful than the red fire lances themselves. In case you don't get it, the bloody flowers are the snare wrapped around fire lances pulled together, being all bloody from the bloody sap. Ta used to assume that the blood-like flowers pictured on the animal skin roll were the blood-like, but he discovered that the view he was witnessing right now had surpassed his imagination. The shocking sight he had now seen impressed him so much that it would be carved in his memory even after a long time. There was no smell of blood, but people felt like they accidentally stepped into a slaughterhouse. It was a massacre created by the snare. Szechuan felt that he now had a slight understanding of the lethal trap Tao that old had told him about. However, this was merely a half-done snare, which could only be considered as an incomplete chain trap. Hence it was an incomplete massacre, and could not reach the state of lethality that Old mentioned. If there were enough white threads, Szechuan could totally have made a more constrained trap. At last it would form a net in the center, similar as the one that trapped the wind ball. However, the fire lance was too large in the scale, and there were two of them. With the lack of material, Szechuan could only make a half-assed snare that could only circle half around the two fire lances. However, right now, it was more than enough to just take care of the urgent problem they were facing at hand. The broken white threads flew down lightly while swaying in the air. Blood drops fell down on the ground after the blossom, while broken parts of the vines were tossed up and then headed down towards the ground. A moment earlier, the fire lances were aggressively blustering, but now, they were badly wounded and droopy. They had been chopped on the vines several times earlier before they were seriously injured by the snare. One of the fire lances quickly collected all its broken and half-broken vines together and drilled down into the ground like a screw. The earth shook for some moments and then became calm again, while the fire lance disappeared. The other fire lance was not so badly wounded as the first one, but still, it was no longer obsessed with intertwining with the warriors as well, and drilled into the ground a moment later. Perhaps it felt dread by the earlier attack, or perhaps it just lost its appetite for fighting. The rumbling battlefield quieted down again, with broken branches and red liquid everywhere on the ground. Szechuan was breathing heavily, as the totem strength in his body was running crazily. He almost reached his limit when he was setting the trap, and all his strength was used up by the final strike. Due to the overuse of his totem strength, his arms, shoulders and legs all felt extremely sore after all was done. He had to finish setting the trap as quickly as he could. Earlier he did not feel it, but after he relaxed, his fingers began to tremble uncontrollably. He estimated that the trembling wouldn't stop for a long time. Szechuan was completely worn out and he did not want to keep standing anymore. He shook off the red liquid on his feet, before he looked around and found a bucket-thick branch right behind him. It was broken by the fire lances earlier. Shashwan directly sat down on the branch, ignoring that there was still red liquid on its surface. Also, he put down the stone box that he had been holding in his arms all along. The sound of the stone box touching the ground brought people back to their senses. Chio looked at the chaos on the ground and then looked at Shashwan as he was resting. Before he could ask Shashwan anything, his arm was grasped by Keek. Chio was still quite nervous from the earlier shock, so he was frightened by Keek's sudden grasp as well. He felt that his arm became the fire lance's vine, while Keek was about to strangle him as a thread. He almost slapped on Keek's hand reflexively. What? Chio shook off Keek's hand from his arm, and he wanted to shake off the creepy feeling of being strangled like the fire lances as well. I'm getting cold feet now. Keek's face was twisted. It was rarely seen this bold lover getting scared like that. A short while ago he was standing near the edge of the snare, and he planned to chop down one of the vines then. However, before he could do that, he saw the massacre in person. Some vines near him spilled their blood all over Keek's body. Unlike the pleasure he felt while chopping on the vines himself, this time it gave him the creeps. Juan, what was that? Chio calmed himself down while down and then asked. The others all stared at Shashwan at the question. That? Well, it's a trap. Shashwan answered. Chio and the others were reluctant to believe that. What kind of traps could behave like that? Shashwan did not give any further explanation. In fact, those kinds of large-scale traps and snares did exist in early times, and some warriors in the tribe would use them constantly. However, Old Cud said that out of the pursuit and admiration for physical strength, people gradually abandoned the skill. Also, since the ferocious beasts grew stronger as time went by, efficient traps required higher quality raw materials, which were not so easy to find. Later on, some more experienced trap setters chose not to use those traps and snares, so even fewer skills got passed down through generations. Looking up at the sky, people noticed that almost all the tall branches were splashed down on the ground, and there was a big window above their heads. Beneath the blue sky, the broken branches and sawdust had fallen down already, and there were only light white threads dancing in the wind. Shashwan reached out his hand and caught a piece of it. The broken white thread was only half its original length. The big roll of the white thread had been broken into small pieces, although that they were tied with each other earlier. Most of them became small ends like that. It was not real steel wire after all, and it was reasonable enough that it was broken like that. If the white thread had been more tenacious, or if Shashwan was given enough time when setting the trap, it would close faster, so as to cut the vines in a split second, avoiding the splashing of the blood. Then it would have been a certain kill for sure. Of course, just because the thread of white hairs had its limit and flaws, the visual effects and shock it created became much stronger. Ta and the others weren't the only ones that were stunned. Shashwan himself was shocked as well. He literally did not expect to see such results. This was the first time that he set such a big-scaled snare, and it was more powerful than he thought. Luckily he had the white thread prepared. However, it was such a pity that the materials were difficult to obtain. Just as Old Cud said. Ta glimpsed at Shashwan with a complicated expression, and then called on the others to clean up the battlefield. The broken vines were neither edible nor listed on the animal skin roll, so they were tossed away. As for the red liquid on the ground, Ta did not mind it at all. Firelance was a predator in this forest, and the blood of the predator would send a natural signal of danger to the other species, until the blood disappears in the future. Fortunately, the giant tree that they slept on yesterday remained unharmed. Earlier, they were some distance away from the tree in order to search for the green thief seedlings. Then, they became even further away when fighting with the fire lances. There were only a few traces of whips and pierced holes on the trunk. The place they used to sleep at night was still there at least. Chapter 82, The Bird Eggs. According to Ta's theory, once badly wounded, plants like the fire lance would not approach them again for a short period of time. Also, its blood could prevent other creatures from coming close. So temporarily, the tree hole was safe. In fact, It was a lot safer than it was previously. Many speculated that those two fire lances were coming after them for the green thief. Because of that, Ta didn't waste any time. He took a few warriors to the marsh pool and brought back some mud. They covered the stone box containing the adult green thief with a layer of mud. After that, they used a tree leaf with a refreshing fragrance to wrap it up and finally tied it tightly with straw rope. By doing that, they could hide most of the green thief's smell. This was the same method used in the past when they found plants with strong smells. Although it was very difficult for humans to smell the scent of the green thief, some plants and animals had their own special ways to sense it. In any case, taking a few protective measures was also good. Now, no one would belittle Szechuan again. Even though they still felt that setting traps were merely some little tricks, nobody could deny the benefit they had gained from it, and so, Szechuan was treated with a much better attitude by the others. Perhaps it was true that Szechuan had the blessings of ancestors, which helped them to find the green thief. Meanwhile, Szechuan's own skills could not be ignored. At least in the eyes of the group, Szechuan had many more accomplishments than most of the newly awakened warriors back in the tribe so far. After resting for some time, Ta took a few warriors to go search nearby, hoping they would be lucky enough to find more green thief seedlings, while Szechuan climbed up a tree following Chio and Keek. The tree hole was in the middle of the trunk. Above it, different kinds of birds inhabited the treetops where there was lush foliage. Although they were not big, with the biggest one only 1 meter in wing expanse, however, they were large in numbers. So normally, the advance group wouldn't mess with them for no reason. But because of the earlier fierce battle, many birds were scared away. Basically, all the birds that were usually guarding or resting in their nests were scared off by the crossfire. So when the warriors got back to the tree hole, Szechuan followed Chio and Keek to rob the nests, and they collected many bird eggs. When eating bird eggs in this place, Ta and the rest always ate them raw. Szechuan took out 3 bird eggs from one nest. But oddly, they did not look alike at all, even though they were from the same nest. The biggest one was larger than an adult's fist, while the smallest one was the size of a normal chicken's egg from his past life. They were in different colors as well. One was purple-red, one was covered by blue and white dots, while the last one was in the color of khaki, with circling patterns on it. "Are they all edible?" asked Szechuan. Keek looked back. "Sure. I've tried them all." "How can one nest have different eggs?" Szechuan carefully put the eggs in his animal skin bag, and he had also put a lot of tree leaves. "Perhaps the bird stole the eggs from elsewhere." Keek did not seem to care. "Stolen?" Szechuan was surprised. "Of course, with their size, how can they lay such big eggs? The bird from this nest can only grow this big." Keek gestured the size with his hands. "How could a tiny bird like that produce fist-sized eggs? It's not possible." "But that kind of bird has long, thin talons, convenient to steal eggs from the other birds." "All the bird eggs here are stolen?" Szechuan was shocked one more time. "They must be." Keek was positive. "There's a saying that things of a kind gather, birds of a feather flock together." These were all egg-stealing birds. Regardless of their different species, they lived together because they did not worry about the eggs in the nests being stolen by others, for they were not their own eggs. They wouldn't feel heartbroken when losing them, anyway. Thinking about that, these birds must have their own secret places to lay their own eggs. It should be somewhere concealed, or they must have had some unique way to reproduce. When collecting the eggs, Szechuan noticed that there were many eggs that were pecked to pieces. Some broken eggs had some leftover egg white, while in some broken eggs there were remains of the baby birds. It turned out that all those eggs were stolen to be used as food. When Szechuan filled up his animal skin bag, he climbed back down to the tree hole. Ta and the others had been searching for a long time, but none of them could find another green thief seedling. They were probably taken away by other creatures. Judging from the behavior of the fire lances, the green thief was indeed in hot demand. Luckily, Szechuan's trap caught the green thieves at night, and they got up early enough to find them before they were snatched away. In the meantime, it could be speculated that it was highly likely that most of the creatures interested in the green thief were diurnal ones, while the nocturnal creatures had no special interest in the green thief. No matter what, they were fortunate enough to have caught the adult green thief and some seedlings. Boss, would the green thief seedling die soon after picking them up? Asuo looked at the few turquoise seedlings and shared his worry with the others. The others quickly understood Asuo's point. They had been in similar situations before. When they picked up a seedling from the soil, it would die quickly, no matter how careful they were, even if they used soil to wrap it. The shelf life of a seedling was much shorter than a grown one's. It's possible. Why don't we eat the seedlings now, or it would be a huge waste? Yes, I agree. What if we wake up tomorrow morning and then find that all the seedlings have died? The seedlings are not adults after all. They can't be kept for long. Everyone gathered together and discussed. If it were other plants in the past, they wouldn't be so nervous, but it's the green thief, for God's sake. It had not showed its existence in hundreds of years. Any waste of the seedling would be a huge loss. Finally, Ta decided that they would share the 6 seedlings at hand now. Ta thought about waiting until they reunited with the other small group, but he could feel the life fading as he held the green thief seedlings in his hands. Ta pulled down half a leaf and swallowed it first. He was the strongest warrior in the crowd, as well as the leader of their group, so he intended to try it on himself first and then give the seedlings to the others after he had confirmed of its safety. The warriors stared at Ta. They watched him swallow down the half-leaf, and none of them even blinked, for fear that they might miss anything. "What's up, boss? Feeling anything?" Asuo asked eagerly. Ta carefully checked his body, but he shook his head. "I don't feel anything, except that I'm a little less tired." The group was disappointed, but even then, they still shared the 6 seedlings eventually. Shashwan got a whole leaf. It was a larger share than the others, but no one complained about it. Calculating the credit, Shashwan's share was more than the others combined. If not for the rules of the hunting team that all prey must be shared in the group, Shashwan could have kept the green thief to himself. Just like the last time when he killed the thorn Blackwind, the green thief could have been kept by him as his game. Hence, the team knew at heart that they were the ones who had profited from Shashwan's victory. They planned on hunting down more ferocious animals for Shashwan on their way back. The sun set quickly. The sounds of the birds chattering had halved, as not many birds had returned to the nests. They had other nests in other places. When one nest was endangered, they would hide in other nests until the danger passes. Before darkness fell, Ki asked Shashwan to set another trap nearby, to see if they could capture any other creatures. There was no white thread left, so Shashwan could only replace it with thin vines and straw ropes. But Shashwan had the feeling that tonight they won't have any more gains. When night came, instead of preparing to go to sleep, everyone unexpectedly squeezed in front of the tree hole. "Why am I feeling that the seedling is taking effect?" Chio looked at a minor bulge, which was about 10 meters away from the tree hole, and said excitedly, "I feel that too. Although not very clearly, I can indeed see further than before." "It's true. This is just a seedling. What if someone ate the big one? Could he move around freely at night then?" Even Ta could not achieve the state to move around freely at night. Without night vision like the nocturnal ferocious beasts, movement would obviously be restricted in the darkness. The effect brought by the green thief seedlings was a pleasant delight to them all. But they would not keep it to themselves. They would take the green thief in the stone box safe and haul back to the tribe, right into the hands of the shaman. Shashwan admired the shaman more because of that. All the warriors adhered to the principles, even when they were faced with huge temptation. This was all from the shaman's teachings. That night seemed to be extremely quiet. Everyone had sweet dreams. While the night guards paid extra attention to the traps below, they all wished to catch more green thieves. Shashwan had a good sleep that night, but he didn't have any dreams. No flowing green light entered his dream. Early the next morning, all warriors hurried down the tree to see Shashwan's traps before sunrise. Aside from Shashwan's trap, the other people who knew about setting traps also made a few snares. However, they were disappointed today. Nothing was captured. However, the ground which was previously covered in red was replaced by green. Grass grew dense and high to people's knees overnight. The blood of the fire lances became their nutrition. Chapter 83, Going back, kusha roots, flowing blood leaf, the seven-forked palm, blood veins flowers, while Ta, Chuo, and the others were counting the plants that they had already captured. Shashwan was counting the days that they had been out hunting. If you calculated carefully, you'll realize that it was time for them to head back home, for every hunting trip had its time limit. Ever since they had captured the green thief, people in the hunting group would always set a few traps before night fell. However, there was no harvest at all. No useful thing was caught ever since. It was indeed pure luck that helped them capture the green thief the other night. Meanwhile, for the days after, Shashwan had been following the team here and there all day long. He was not so helpful with the tasks, given his fighting ability. However, he required no babysitting from the others. In fact, Shashwan was more than helpful to the team since he could take care of himself. These days, Shashwan had encountered quite a lot of mysterious things. One time, they almost confronted the Tirers when they were trying to find a plant called the seven-forked palm. The seven-forked palm was an odd plant. When it senses danger, it would close up the thick bark-like leaves, and warp its core into a hard solid pine cone, while secreting some tear-attracting liquid. If the hunting group had been hesitant for even a second, they would have been besieged by a large group of Tirers. Meanwhile, Chio had finished the counting. Compared with the harvest from our last hunting trip, this we found 2 kinds of plants less. However, this time we found the wind ball and the green thief, which are incomparable, thus guarantees this time's hunting mission to be a huge success. Judging from his facial expression, Ta was also quite relieved. Indeed, they had achieved more in this hunting trip. We'll count the species again when we reunite with Wei. Perhaps they have found the other 2 species. Wei was a senior totem warrior who was almost the same age as Ta. Since the advance group was divided into 2 smaller hunting groups, he led the other 24 warriors. Ta then said to the others, "Let's get some rest today. Tomorrow we will return." "Understood, boss," said the people. They already felt quite eager to go back home, and they looked forward to sharing their experiences with the other teammates in the advance group, as well as their relatives in the tribe. Shashwan also couldn't wait to go back home, but not because of the green thief. He wanted to head back soon because he had some bird eggs in his animal skin bag. There were about a dozen bird eggs remaining from that day and he put them in his animal skin bag. The others in the advance group were not so interested in the bird eggs. When they encountered the Tirers the other day, Keek had thrown out all his remaining eggs as bait. The Tirers dieted on bird eggs too. Shashwan also threw some eggs out, but before he came out, he left some eggs back in the tree holes. Now they were the only ones he had. Today, instead of staying in the tree hole, they were staying in a new place for the night. In order to find the plants on the animal skin roll, they had to sleep at different locations. The other night they were sleeping in some leaves, which meant that they had to roll the leaf with themselves inside, and spend the night while in that leaf. The plant's leaves were ham-like. Although they were supposed to be pointing up to the sky, 21 of its leaves were rolled up and hung there. Each leaf roll had a person sleeping inside. Chio said that the peculiar plant had a repellent effect against bugs, and it was also on their hunting list. Warriors would roll themselves up with its giant leaves when they could not find a proper shelter to stay at night. By doing that, they could avoid being attacked by the nocturnal insects. However, it was not doable in the day, for the leaves on that plants would always become hard and impossible to roll during daylight. This was a very fancy experience for Shashwan. As for the bird eggs in his animal skin bag, well, he planned to bring them out as an experiment. Most of the plants would die when brought out of this forest. Then what would happen to the bird eggs? The plants in here were quite abnormal. Would the insects and bugs also be peculiar since they diet on the plants? Furthermore, could it be speculated that the birds should be more special, since they diet on the fruits and insects? Perhaps the birds contain more nutritional value or medicinal efficacy? Then what about their eggs? The shelf life of raw eggs was longer than the cooked ones. Shashwan did not cook those odd-looking bird eggs as well, since he assumed the same theory would work for them. The second day, Ta led the group to run back to the rendezvous, where they met the other hunting group. Someone was wounded on their side. Luckily, it was not severe. The other 20 warriors were totally stunned when they heard about the green thief. With their eyes fixed on the stone box covered by the leaves, they wanted to open it and see for themselves. However, all of them knew it at heart that it was not the time. They took a lift on the backs of the giant dragonflies when they came here from the top of the mountain, and they would be needing their assistance on their way back. When the sun almost set, all warriors in the advance group waited at some place. One of them climbed up high on the top of some tall plant to scout the location of the army of dragonflies. After all, each return route was not absolutely fixed. Over there. Hurry, 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 or we won't make it today. We don't want to wait until tomorrow. Shashwan did not have to carry those boxes with plants inside. Instead, all his luggage was in his animal skin bag, so compared to the others, he could travel light. At that time, all of the warriors hurriedly ran towards the direction of the dragonflies in order to catch the lift in time. Shashwan felt like as if he were in his former life, catching a bus. Alas, people climbed up the tall plants quickly, and tied a lasso with the straw ropes they had at hand. When the dragonflies were passing above their heads, they would toss the lassos to catch the dragonfly's legs. When a warrior was pulled up in the air, he would seize the opportunity to jump down on another dragonfly's back when there was one below him. If they hung too long in the air, warriors would be easily hit by other dragonflies' wings. When they almost reached the mountain, the dragonflies began to flap their wings to fly up high. All objects on the ground quickly became smaller, for they were flying up. On the green land behind them, leaves on the tall plants began to close up, as well as the flower blossoms. All kinds of sounds indicated that night was about to fall. Careful when you jump and don't be hit by the wings. Ta shouted at Shashwan. Got it. When the dragonflies reached the cliff, Shashwan ran to the dragonfly's tail quickly, and found a chance to jump down. He used his stone knife to stab into the stone to slow down his speed sliding down along the cliff, until he found a relatively smooth place that he could stand on. Move it. Everybody move a little. Bam! The dragonfly that Keek rode flew higher than before, which made him almost hit the cliff when jumping down. He had to make a few rolls before landing on the ground. Although it was not a safe landing, Keek managed to protect the stone box with plants well enough. When he got back up on his feet, people saw that his face was twisted from pain. When all of them jumped down and landed on the ground, the army of giant dragonflies flew over the mountain and headed to the pond, where they would be spending the night at. Let's go. You should get a good rest, for it will be very busy in the coming days, said Ta. However, people were too excitedly talking about the green thief. None of them had much sleep. On the next day when they left the mountain, did Shashwan finally understand what exactly Chuo meant when he said nothing can be taken away from here? When the green land could not be seen in their sight anymore, the big fresh tree leaf that trapped the green thief's stone box was withering at a macroscopic speed. It was turning yellow and becoming chips as Shashwan stared at it. The mud that was on the stone box surface could not block the smell of the green thief completely, and to people's frustrations, many ferocious beasts seemed to be particularly obsessed with the green thief. Originally, people in the advance group planned to teach Shashwan a thing or two on their way back, and perhaps to hunt down some food to bring back, but in fact, they were too busy to even talk to each other the whole way. In order to protect the green thief, warriors of the advance group fought their way back. While in order to get back to the tribe sooner, they did not take any game with them. The longer they stayed, the more difficult situation they would put themselves in. At first, people would kill whatever kinds of ferocious beasts who came after the green thief, regardless of how many of them were approaching. Want to steal the green thief? No way. Go fuck off and die. But gradually, people changed their strategy. What? Some more ferocious beasts are coming after the green thief? How many of them? Run. Just run. People in the advance group had never felt so embarrassed before. In the past, they could conveniently do some hunting and take back a few souvenirs from the game. However, this time they had neither the time, nor the mood. Everyone had an intense smell of blood on their bodies, and all the blood belonged to some high-level ferocious beasts. They had no time to wash their faces, or comb their hairs. Some of them were even more sloppy than children in the orphan cave. The blood became blocks of coagulations, and then became blood powders when they were dried in the air. Even at night, they were constantly attacked. It was unspeakably miserable. People suffered from the lack of the sleep, and they became extremely tired, for they had to run and fight at the same time along the way. Fortunately, the average ability of the advance group was quite good. If it were the other normal hunting groups, they would have likely lost some people along the way. Just because of that, Shashwan once again became an alien, for he could restore his strength and energy after just a short rest. The others were all looking at Shashwan in a strange way. Shashwan took a look at his animal skin bag, and noticed that most of the bird eggs were fine. He had put some dried leaves and grass into the bag, and only one of the eggs was broken since they set off. There was a rule in the advance group, that aside from the target objects, all game could be kept by the one who did the hunting. So, people didn't say a word about Shashwan carrying the bird eggs. They had no interest in those eggs, for they had had enough of them when they were searching for the target objects on the hunting list. Also, the whole time, they had quite a variety of fruits, and it had been days since they had any cooked meat on their diet. Now meat was available again. No one cared for bird eggs anymore. However, when people were chewing on the cooked meat, they behaved as if they were dieting on their sworn enemies. Loud noises were made while they ate, and perhaps they were cursing the approaching ferocious beasts even in their dreams. Chapter 84, Coming Home. When the different hunting groups in the hunting team were supposed to meet up, the advance group was usually the first to reach the place. They needed to build a new wooden box to contain all the plants and herbs that they had collected. Because of the green thief, the entire advance group hurried back, directly arriving a whole day before the other hunting groups. Despite finally reaching the rendezvous point, the exhausted warriors did not have much time to rest. After chopping down quite a few trees, they made a wooden box the size of a carriage, and put all the plants and herbs inside. Before sealing it from the outside, they used vines to tie the box tight, and then covered it with leaves and other similar things. No one could see what was inside, and insects and other pests were prevented from getting in. When they had finished packing up the plants, the advance group divided into two groups. One group stayed behind to guard the plants, while the other group went hunting. They would take turns so that they would all have a chance to hunt down some game. After all, they had been out for almost 20 days, so they should at least bring something back home. Or else what would they be eating for the next dozens of days? Besides, they needed something to drag back when they walked on the path of glory. Otherwise it would be embarrassing. There were not many high-level ferocious beasts near the rendezvous, so they did not worry that the storage area would meet any unbeatable dangers. In the first place, the rendezvous spot was located near the mountaintop, so there were fewer animals around. Shashwan wanted to tag along with the first group to go hunting. Ta agreed, seeing that he was in good spirits. Anyway, the ferocious beasts nearby weren't so dangerous, so the other warriors in the hunting group would be able to protect him well even if something happened. One day later, the other hunting groups began reaching the meeting spot. Mai's hunting group was the second one to arrive out of the 5 hunting groups. It seemed that they had a good harvest this time, for the facial expressions on the warriors' faces were quite joyful. "How's the advance group, Ajwan? You look well." Langga slapped Shashwan's shoulder as he laughed. However, his smile froze right away when he set his eyes on the other warriors in the advance group. Not only Langga, the other warriors in other hunting groups all speculated that perhaps the advance group had encountered some massive disaster after seeing the state they were in. After quite a few days of endless running and killing, they were busy building the box and packing the plants when they finally arrived at the rendezvous. Aside from that, they had to go down the mountain for hunting in order to maintain their status and reputation in the team. Hence they could not choose the easy targets, and thus they had no time to rest properly. The 40 warriors were divided into 2 groups, and those groups took turns going down the mountain to hunt. All the rest they had was from last night, but a single night's sleep was not enough for them to recover their fatigue. Naturally, they were a mess when the others came to the rendezvous. Even after a quick clean-up, They were still a mess. When had the advance group been as embarrassed as they were now? The others had all kinds of speculations. At least, from the time they were awakened and joined the hunting team, they had never seen the advance team in such a state, as if they had experienced an inhuman torture. As for the reason for that, people could not help but compare the differences in this hunting trip. The only difference was that Shashwan had tagged along with the advance group. The other kids had originally been soaking in the happiness of participating in the first hunting mission in their lives and discussing their experiences with other newly awakened warriors. However, now they whispered to each other about Shashwan. Look, the warriors in the advance group are also tired. They must have had to protect Shashwan. However, Shashwan is totally fine. Yes, indeed. He must have been a huge liability. So what if he had been blessed by the ancestors? Good fortune can't be at his disposal all the time. In fact, he is lucky enough to have come back safely. Well, judging by the situation now, I suppose he will not be allowed to tag along with the advance group next time. Alas, it would have been better if he had just stayed humble and stayed in the small hunting groups like we all did. He is not old enough, nor strong enough for the advance group after all. He is only a junior totem warrior like us, but he wanted to tag along with the strongest group. The kids were not the only party that had such thoughts. The others in the hunting team all shared the same thoughts. All the people in the advance group except Shashwan seemed to be worn out and exhausted, just like the other experienced warriors who had to do their best to protect the newbies in the team. So it was reasonable that they got this tired because of Shashwan's existence in their group. Of course, the place that the advance group goes to for hunting would be much more dangerous, and any slight mistake could result in severe consequences and different outcomes. Shashwan was the only unstable factor this time. I've said that they shouldn't have allowed Shashwan to join the advance group. Someone whispered. The warriors in the advance group must have tried real hard to protect the kid, Shashwan. Look at their exhausted faces. I've never seen them like that. It seems that the advance group had run into some real trouble this time. Well, to have been tortured like that. Even the game was a lot less. I think that my boy is no worse than Ajwan. Haha, perhaps he'll be recruited into the advance group someday in the future. Perhaps someone in the advance group liked this kid Ajwan, given that he had hunted some nice beasts last time. Perhaps he wanted to marry his daughter to him, so he specially recruited Ajwan to the advance group. Stop making things up. The team leader has no daughter, but the others have daughters. Hey, listen. Do you think that the others in the advance group are planning to kick Ajwan's ass when we get back to the tribe? Haha, probably. It was not known who had said what, but all of them began to laugh aloud. However, the laughter did not remain for long before their faces gradually froze, because they noticed that the 40 people in the advance group were staring in their direction, as if looking at morons. If people in the advance group weren't too tired to move, they would already have headed over and kicked their butts. Ajwan was useless? Have you seen the traps that the lad sets? Have you seen the kid capturing the green thief? Have you seen the kid cutting down 2 fire lances and soak the ground with their blood in one move? You don't even know anything, so what are you blabbering about? They couldn't help but recall the past when they had mocked Shashwan themselves. In the end, they got slapped in the face just 2 days after entering the Green Forest. They had suffered a lot. Well, if they could have the chance to capture the Wind Ball and the Green Thief, they would very willingly suffer every day. As for the troubles they had encountered along the way, there was even less to say. Everything had its price. Since they had found something as precious as the Green Thief, it was worth it to spend much more effort. Ever since they first joined the advance group, they had mentally prepared to pay the price to be elites. Tortured? If they could find more rare plants on the animal skin roll, get to eat things like the Green Thief, and encounter all those wonderful treasures, they would wholeheartedly accept this torture every day. Seeing that the expressions of the warriors in the advance group were not good, the leaders of the small hunting groups all glared at the ones who were chatting, warning them to stop. Aside from the warriors in the advance group, no one knew that it was Ta who approached Shashwan first to ask him to join the advance group. The others did not know that Shashwan had made no such request, so naturally they had all kinds of ideas. But there were some nimbler minds who had guessed that the real situation must have been more complicated. However, no matter what the advance group went through, it was not something they could gossip about, not having the ability and still mocking others. Langos sneered at those who were chatting with a look of despise. "What did you say?" Someone in the other crowd stood up suddenly. Being unable to do anything about the advance group didn't mean they were unable to touch him. "I called you losers, so what?" Langa was not afraid either. A few other warriors in the same hunting group stood up together with Lang Georgia. They had a pretty good impressions of Shashwan. Whether it was because of the blessing of the ancestors or not, they felt that Shashwan was a good warrior. That was reason enough. The two hunting groups were only 1 second from fighting each other, when the team leader shouted out, "Shut up, all of you." Ta swept both groups with a cold look and said in an icy voice, "Whoever talks again should forget about the next hunting trip." People on both sides immediately quieted down, for the team leader had the right to pick the ones who could attend the next hunting trip. When Langa was walking back to his hunting group's resting spot, he saw Shashwan waving at him from the advance group's spot. Earlier he had a face full of dissatisfaction, but now he showed a big smile to Shashwan. Shashwan's gestures were telling him that he had something good for him when they get back home. When all the hunting groups had gathered, Ta led all of them back to the tribe. Inside the tribe Oldk was sitting on a piece of stone in the training ground with his hand on his cane, looking thoughtful. Suddenly, he heard something and looked up. It turned out to be Caesar, running towards him with a stone coated with grass juice in his mouth. After Shashwan left, Oldk had not stopped Caesar's training. He trained Caesar with Shashwan's methods. He had to admit that the kid's methods worked pretty well, and Caesar was making obvious progress. He could quickly find and fetch things even when you threw them extremely far away. As a reward, Oldk tossed Caesar a piece of meat. Before he could say anything, he saw someone running back to the tribe, shouting that the hunting team was returning. Counting the days, it should be about time for the hunting team to return. Oldk could not wait any longer. After Caesar finished eating his piece of meat, he sat on the wolf's back and gently tapped on his head. "Go back home, quickly. Ajwan's about to return." At first Caesar was reluctant to head back, but as soon as he heard Shashwan's name, he began to run quickly, even refusing to listen to Oldk's command to slow down. The wounded had already been sent back to the tribe, and when Oldk had reached the tribe, there were plenty of people standing along the path of glory with their necks stretched, waiting. Finally, figures appeared in the distance, and the man standing at the mountain foot whistled to signal to the awaiting people. When the hunting team finally set foot on the path of glory, the people along the road began to cheer wildly. This time, some families had children who were participating in their first hunt, so all the members of these families were present to welcome their return. Seeing that Shashwan remained unscratched, Oldk was relieved at last. However, when he gazed at the others in the advance group, his heart leaped a little. With his keen eyes, he could easily discover that the status of the warriors in the advance group was not normal. He recalled the time when Shashwan said "You can just rest assured" before he left. Oldk's right hand clenched over his chest, unable to calm his racing heart. It seemed that every time Shashwan said "You can just rest assured," something big would happen. Chapter 85. Breaking through its shell. When they had returned to the tribe and completed the sword cleansing rite, all the warriors in the hunting team descended the mountain and returned to their homes. Shashwan did not have many kills, so he could carry everything and leave the mountain directly. The shaman didn't detain Shashwan to chat, as all his attention was focused on the green thief that was brought back by the advance group. But after the sword cleansing ritual, the shaman had informed Shashwan that he would send someone to invite him to a talk in a few days. This time, the ferocious beasts that the advance group had hunted were less than before. The quality was also lower. However, their merit was the biggest. Unfortunately, the green thief could never be spoken about aloud, and only a few people in the tribe learned about it. Moreover, Those who knew were only those with high positions or large contributions in the tribe. Most common people had no idea. The only thing they knew was that the advance group had made huge contributions this time. Most of the normal people wouldn't pry into the details of the advance group's contributions. They tended to care more about the harvests of their own families and friends. In regards to other people, they were nothing more than the tropics of their gossip. Even though many residents were curious about the appearances of the advance group at first, they were no longer concerned once they returned home and busied themselves with processing the game. Shashwan rushed over to Oldk's house once he had dragged the meat home, bringing some eggs and fresh meat along the way. As Shashwan traveled down the mountain, he delivered some bird eggs to Mai and Lang Georgia. He had eaten his fill of them in the green forest, and the only reason he had brought some back was to allow the others to have a taste. He was curious to see if eggs from the green forest were different from those from other places, and if they could be used for medicine. In Oldk's room, Shashwan briefly described this trip's harvest. As there were some things that could not be shared, Shashwan instead described in great detail the white fur he had used in the traps. The white fur could be woven into a long white thread and is very suited to use in traps. It is a pity that it cannot be preserved for very long. I initially wanted to bring some back for you to take a look at, but it was all used up on the way back. We encountered some troubles, and after setting the traps, the used thread started deteriorating after a few days and lost its elasticity. A single tug and it'd break. By the time we reached the tribe, it had all disintegrated. Although some of the terms that Shashwan used while explaining felt very unfamiliar to Oldk, he could still guess the meanings, and hence understood Shashwan's words. "That's too bad," said Oldk. The lack of good materials was also one of the reasons why trap setting skills were difficult to pass down. "It would be good if someone discovered a way to bring them back whole," said Shashwan. Oldk shook his head. "You can't force that." For Oldk, all he wanted was to pass down the skills he had to someone suitable. Now that he had found Shashwan as his apprentice, he had no regrets. What's more, that Shashwan could tag along with the advance group and return safely, was proof of his luck and ability. "What are those eggs?" Oldk looked at the eggs that Shashwan had placed in the pot. "I brought them back from the forest. People in the advance group often eat them, so I brought some back." On hearing Shashwan's reply, Oldk did not inquire further. Since Shashwan said that it was on the diet of the advance group, it should be something good. Shashwan kept 3 bird eggs for himself and gave the rest to Oldk. After having dinner at Oldk's place, he brought Caesar back to his own cabin. Before sunset, Shashwan planned to treat the animal meat that he had brought back first. A stone pot was set in the room. After kindling the fire, Shashwan put the remaining 3 bird eggs into the stone pot. He wanted to cook them first before cutting them and bringing them to the orphan cave. Shashwan paid no mind to the pot after tossing the eggs in. Instead, he treated the animal meat outside his cabin. Otherwise the night swallows would come to stir trouble after dark. Caesar was chewing a bone in his paws as he crouched beside the door. Suddenly, his ears twitched as he looked back at the stone pot inside. He listened carefully, and then ran towards the stone pot to look inside. There were 3 bird eggs in the stone pot, and each of them was the size of Shashwan's fist. They weren't the biggest amongst Shashwan's stock, nor were they the smallest or the ones with the most patterns. These were merely in different colors. Shashwan put the meat in the stone trough for pickling before he noticed that Caesar was staring at the stone pot. "What are you looking at?" Shashwan walked over and glimpsed inside the stone pot. Instantly he found that one of the eggs had cracks on its shell, and it was even trembling. "What the fuck?" Shashwan reached in and scooped the broken egg directly from the stone pot. He held it in his palm and carefully examined it. Earlier there was only one crack on the shell. Luckily, Shashwan's quick actions prevented water from getting in. The crack on the shell became bigger and bigger, while sounds of chirping could be heard clearly. Very obviously, the chick was about to come out from its shell. Looking back at the stone pot, Shashwan used his other empty hand to take the other 2 bird eggs out. Fortunately, the stone pot had just been set up and the water was not too hot, or the newborn bird would be directly cooked after spending a bit more time in the pot. None of the eggs that Szechuan brought back had had such circumstances. He had eaten quite a lot of them, and there had never been an embryo. When collecting those bird eggs, Szechuan had followed Keek's rules, only picking those that looked recently stolen. Normally there would be no baby bird inside. That was Keek's experience. It was not due to Keek having a warm heart or something. It was simply that it was not convenient to start a fire in the green forest, and Keek did not like to eat raw baby birds. Recently stolen birds' eggs were relatively cleaner than the rest, while the older eggs would have stains and other marks on their shells. The egg-stealing birds paid no attention to hygiene. Their nests were crude and simple. Often, bird droppings would fall from the nests above onto the nests below. Instead of shaking the eggs one by one, Szechuan selected eggs that were clean. Also, under those circumstances, it did not really matter whether there were baby birds inside. Just like Keek had said, if you didn't feel like eating it, you could just throw it away. Previously, Szechuan had never encountered any eggs with forming embryos. Who knew? Now he had. Having just skinned a few animals, Szechuan's hand was still bloody. In the palm of that bloodied hand, the crack on the egg grew bigger, and the sound of chirping grew louder. Szechuan could feel the egg's movement clearly in his hand. He stared at the egg and thought, if the chick can survive, he'll keep it as a chicken. He did not know whether it could lay eggs like chickens, but it won't be a problem, for he could always eat it after it grows bigger in a year. The broken eggshell got pushed away, and the baby bird inside gradually revealed its appearance. It was not like the chicks that Szechuan had seen in his last life. The chick was wet all over with barely any down. Its eyes were still closed. There were two types of baby birds, those that matured early, and those that matured late. Early maturing bird could open their eyes once they got out of their shell. It would be covered in soft down and could move around and eat food independently. However, the late maturing bird could not open its eyes after birth, and it had little fluff. Instead of feeding itself, it had to be nurtured by its parents. Apparently, the one on Szechuan's palm was one of the late maturing birds. Szechuan examined the beak of the hatchling on his hand, and noticed that it had a beak for eating meat. Probably the smell of blood on Szechuan's hand stimulated the baby bird's nerves. It opened its mouth wide and pecked on Szechuan's palm. Perhaps it considered Szechuan's hand as food, only to discover that it could not swallow it. Szechuan looked around, and took out a piece of old rug made from animal skin and threw it over the stone table. He then placed the hatchling on the rug. Before taking out a chunk of unsalted animal meat, he cut a slice off and tore it into smaller strips, using two thin branches to pick up a strap before putting it into the bird's beak. This chunk of animal meat was from the weakest amongst Szechuan's hunted preys, but it was not that weak. Szechuan had no idea whether the hatchling could bear the energy that it contained. Unexpectedly, the baby bird swallowed the meat strap directly, and opened its beak again, chirping for more. It seemed to be fine. Szechuan continued to feed it for a while before it finally closed its beak and fell asleep immediately after. Szechuan looked at the silent fledgling on the animal skin rug, and then shook the other two eggs beside his ears. There was no shaking sound, so he tossed them back into the stone pot for cooking. As for the newborn baby bird, Szechuan shook his head. It was almost cooked, but luckily it broke its eggshell before being cooked. Chapter 86, A Fighting Chicken. Szechuan had no idea what the bird would be like after it grew up, or what habits it would have, or whether it could fly in the future. Perhaps it was something like a chicken, or perhaps it would turn out to be some kind of raptor. If it was a chicken-like bird, then there would be no other use but to eat it as food. But if it turned out to be the latter, it could be trained as a hunting falcon. Even if not for hunting, it could be used as a lookout. Of course, it was too early for any of that now. Szechuan did not know the bird's potential yet. If it was useless, other people would kill it before Szechuan needed to do anything himself. After all, it was not Caesar. Caesar had the shaman's marking plate since he was a young wolf. Even if he had lost all his instincts and became docile, No one in the tribe would dare to harm him. There was an ice cave near the top of the mountain. A lot of people would store the unsalted meat inside the ice cave, but a part of the meat was handed in as remuneration. Shashwan also stored some meat inside the ice cave. He could not cure all the meat he had brought back, for Caesar did not like the salted ones. Also, it was not good for Oldk's health if he kept eating the cured meat. Moreover, now he had a baby bird in his house. How could he feed them all with only salted meat? It's so troublesome. Shashwan sighed. He could just abandon the baby bird, or toss it to Caesar as food. However, he felt that he should at least try raising it. 3 days later, the baby bird opened its eyes. It was much earlier than Shashwan's expectation. Originally, he thought that perhaps the bird would be like most of the birds he saw in his last life, spending 7 to 10 days before opening their eyes. However, it only took the bird 3 days to open its eyes, and its body was much fluffier, but it could not walk yet. Once it felt hungry, it would open its beak wide while chirping loudly, as if it feared not being heard. Within those same 3 days, Shashwan had been doing stone crafting work in his own cabin. Now that he had some basic tools for stone crafting, he could finish most of the normal tools by himself at home. Oldk would occasionally drop by and check in on him. He told Shashwan to take a few days break, and make some tools while he had the time. Once he had replenished his stock, he could go to the training ground for more training. It only took Shashwan 1 night's sleep to restore his energy. During the 3 days, he had crafted quite a lot. Some tools could be used to set traps, while the others could be used for training. He even made a few more complicated sets to be saved for the next hunting trip. He had decided to join Mai's hunting group for the next hunting mission. Ajwan. Someone shouted his name outside the door. The people who came were Tu and Jiba, who were currently in charge of the management of the orphan cave. They brought along 4 fishes for Shashwan. Since Shashwan would constantly send food and other things to the kids in the orphan cave, the kids would also bring Shashwan a few of their fresh catches. Most people would never return to the cave once they came out of it. For example, Ku was managing the orphan cave before Shashwan, but he never came back to visit ever since. However, those who had awakened together with Shashwan would occasionally return. No matter whether they came back to show off their ability or kills, at the very least they did not cut their ties with the orphan cave. Of course, that was because Shashwan had brought along quite a few changes to the cave when he was in charge. No matter how the others behaved after leaving the orphan cave, Shashwan would bring food every time after he returned from a hunting trip. He had enough food for himself anyway, so it didn't hurt him to share with others. In return, the kids in the orphan cave were very grateful towards Shashwan. Their lives had changed a lot because of him, and they became much healthier. Shashwan did not reject their goodwill, although fish was far from sufficient now for Shashwan in regards to the amount of energy it contained, but it was not bad to change tastes once in a while. Every time Jiba and Tu came over, they could not hide their admiring gazes. It was indeed pretty awesome to have become a totem warrior. It meant owning one's own cabin, and hunting down more food. Growing was also faster. Previously, Shashwan was shorter than them, but after a short period of time being a totem warrior, he was even taller than Jiba, who was the tallest kid in the cave. Don't envy me, perhaps next year it will be your turn. Shashwan handed a small chunk of salted meat to them. As per the usual rules, every person in the cave should only have a small piece. Do not eat more, eating too much will harm you. Shashwan would give them the lowest grade animal meat, for they could not endure the high-grade meat given their physiques. Also he would not give them much, for the kids could only absorb a little. In the past, the meat jerky that Mai and Lenga gave Shashwan was also made from the lowest grade meat. As for the meat from the four-fanged wild boar or the thorn blackwind, Shashwan would never let the kids in the orphan cave touch it. In the past, Shashwan didn't know about the seriousness in this, but now that he knew, he would strictly regulate the quality and amount of meat given. When Tu and Jiba had left, Shashwan lifted a fish and cut it into chunks. He tore some pieces and pressed them to the baby bird's beak. Just a moment ago its beak was open wide, but once the fish pieces were placed in front of it, It snapped shut tightly. When the fish was replaced with animal meat, it opened its beak wide again. "You are such a picky bastard," Shashwan cursed. Shashwan lifted the fish and looked at Caesar as he squatted in a corner. Caesar looked at Shashwan and then at the fish he held in his hand. One moment later, he turned away and ignored both Shashwan and the fish in his hand. "Shit, you both are picky bastards." Originally he wanted to use the fish to feed the baby bird. However, judging by the current situation, the fish was despised by those two little bastards. On the seventh day, Shashwan had almost finished preparing the tools. He planned to go to the training ground with Old. After serious consideration, he decided to bring the baby bird along with him, as he didn't know what it would get up to if it was left behind. In fact, the baby bird was growing very fast and visible changes could be observed every day. Perhaps it was because the environment was special, so the bird grew quickly. Also, the bird had tenacious vitality. Shashwan had no experience with birds nor was he that attentive, but the bird grew healthily enough anyway. It had a good appetite, and would chirp for food after short naps. Now, the bird would not be staying all day in the nest that Shashwan made for it. Once Shashwan ignored it, it would crawl out and walk to the table's ends. If Caesar happened to be beside the table, the bird would just roll down from the table's end and land on the wolf's back. Caesar was very much annoyed by such behavior, and for a few times, it almost killed the bird with his paws. Fortunately, Caesar knew how to follow the rules. He learnt that Shashwan wanted the bird to stay alive, so he tolerated the bird to behave like that, or else it would already have become his snacks. Shashwan found that the bird did not only have a tenacious vitality, it was quite bold too. It was merely a few days old, and now it dared to peck on Caesar's nose hard. Don't let it fool you by its young age. It had some strength. There were already quite a lot pecking marks on the branches that Shashwan used to feed it. Also, it was not afraid when landing on the wolf's back. Instead, it would keep pecking, and quite a few times, Caesar lost some fur to the bird. No one knew whether it was brave or stupid. Once it was kicked away by Caesar, but a moment later it came back and made trouble as usual. The baby bird was too noisy and it kept chirping all day, so Shashwan simply named it Chaka. On the 10th day, the brown down on Chaka's body grew denser and thicker than before. Now Chaka could stand up and walk around. However, his walking was not so steady, and once he walked faster, he would fall on the ground. Just like the earlier days, Shashwan took Chaka and Caesar to Oldk's place, and headed down to the training ground with him. When Shashwan was doing the training, Oldk would observe from afar, while babysitting the bird. Lately, the old man enjoyed toying with Chaka using a stone worm a lot. Chirpy had no taste for stone worms, but he liked pecking on them. Oldk would hold a stone worm with branches and swing it in front of Chaka, while Chaka would extend his neck and lift his weak wings, so as to prepare himself into a battling mood, before he really charged forward to peck it. Soon enough, the stone worm between the branches in Oldk's hands would be pecked to pieces. Shashwan went over there to have a rest after he had broken through a series of traps. He smiled when he saw the broken stone worm in the branches that Oldk held. He's so aggressive, perhaps he's one of the fighting chickens. He would fight with whatever comes in front of him. But it was good to be aggressive, for it won't be starved to death if he got thrown out of the tribe, unless he wanted it himself. Fighting chicken? Oldk hesitated for a minute, and smiled. It's a good name. He would definitely be cooler than those chickens with beautiful tails in the forest. Shashwan tried to search his memory about the ostrich-like pheasants he saw in the forest. If Chaka turned out to be the same size as those pheasants, and remained to be aggressive like this, he would not be allowed to stay in the tribe. Either he would be thrown outside far away, or be killed as food. The tribe would not allow such a creature to exist within. He should be well trained, no matter he becomes a chicken or a falcon in the future. When he came back in the afternoon, Shashwan encountered Chuo, who was on patrolling duty. "Ah, it's you. I did not expect to see you, therefore I was about to ask someone else to deliver the message," said Chuo. "The shaman wants you to come up the mountain tomorrow." "Got it. I'll go up the mountain tomorrow." "There's something good," Chuo whispered, and he gave him a knowing look. The so-called something good must be about the green thief. Shashwan knew it at heart, so he left after saying thanks. When heading back, Shashwan opened the animal skin bag, and took a look at the napping bird inside, wondering whether he should take it with him when he goes to the mountaintop tomorrow. Chapter 87, The Shaman's Blessing. Going up the mountain the following day, Shashwan took the animal skin bag. He thought it would be better to inform the shaman about him keeping the bird. The animal skin bag contained Chaka. That little one had been contained in the animal skin bag for so many times, that he had already gotten used to being carried like that. In fact, he remained silent inside. Residents up in the mountaintop were quite familiar with Shashwan, and some of them would even greet Shashwan once they saw him. Shashwan greeted them back one by one with a smile, no matter whether they were from Tra's hunting team, or from the other one. You came. The shaman was sitting inside the stone room, waiting for Shashwan. His smile grew bigger as he saw Shashwan enter. The wrinkles on his old face stretched all over his face. Actually, not everyone could receive the shaman's nice attitude, let alone the fact that Shashwan was still pretty young. He was pretty much the only one of his peers who could be treated by the shaman like that. There was no need to say more, and Shashwan walked in directly before sitting on a straw mattress. Chirp. As Shashwan sat down, Chaka chirped inside the animal skin bag. Perhaps he had sensed the alien environment in the surroundings. When the animal skin bag touched the straw mattress, Chaka shouted out uneasily. Ever since Shashwan went inside, the shaman had made quite a few glimpses at the animal skin bag that he carried. Now with the sound, the smile got replaced by a puzzled expression on the shaman's face. Shashwan reached inside and took Chaka out from the animal skin bag. Compared with the time when it was newly born, Chaka had grown much bigger now, and Shashwan could barely hold him with one hand. This is. The shaman stared at the baby bird that Shashwan held in his hand. It's from a bird egg that I brought back last time. Shashwan explained the whole story briefly, so I guess I can train him as an experiment. I can train Caesar, so I assume that I can do the same with Chaka. The shaman remained silent. Seeing that the shaman remained to be puzzled, Shashwan hurriedly added, I can train Caesar into a hound, so perhaps I can train Chaka into a falcon. Old Cud said that Chaka might be some aggressive predator, hence I would like to try training him. It may probably be useful while we hunt. Even if not for hunting, it can be an observer in our tribe, and warn us from the sky if danger approaches. The shaman looked down, with no other facial expression. He asked as calmly as ever, what if you fail to do that? Then I'll kill it. Shashwan had no hesitation about that, for he had lived long enough to know the rules in here. All those undisciplined ones would either be killed or be abandoned. Normally people in the tribe would tend to choose the former option, killing. It was more efficient and straightforward, less irresolute and hesitant. They had no meticulous emotions, so they acted in a rough and wild way. Good. The shaman smiled again, and this time, it was a more delightful smile than the first one when Shashwan entered the room. He seemed to be quite joyful. Let me take a look more closely, said the shaman. Shashwan stretched his arm out and held Chaka below the shaman's nose, so that he might have a closer look at the bird. Meanwhile, Shashwan prepared his other hand to defend in case that Chaka should want to peck on the person in front of him. The shaman was one of the two people of the highest position among the whole tribe, and in fact, he had somehow a higher status than the chief. There's no way that Shashwan would allow Chaka to offend the shaman. If he really hurted the shaman, he would definitely be skinned alive by other people in the tribe. However, to Shashwan's surprise, Chaka behaved pretty well today. Except for the sudden scream he had made at first, he remained quiet, and nor was he about to peck on anything, or anyone. The shaman stared at the baby bird as it was covered in fluff quietly, while Chaka stared at the man in front of him in silence. After a while, the shaman lifted his dead bark-like hand, and took out a palm-sized stone plate from a short desk beside him. The stone plate contained some black powders. He reached out the other hand and soaked his index finger as well as his middle finger into the powders. After doing that, he used his thumb to twist on the index finger and middle finger, with the black powders in between. Then, he made a half fist without his thumb, and reached his half fist in front of Chaka. The shaman tapped on Chaka's head with his thumb. It was a light tap, but a visible stain of black quickly inked on Chaka's brown-gray hair. However, Chaka did not dodge at all. He kept staring at the shaman, very quiet, which surprised Shashwan a lot. That thing hadn't been so quiet ever since the day it hatched. No matter why the shaman did what he did, Shashwan knew that the shaman had permitted his deeds. In other words, the shaman had given his permission on Shashwan keeping the bird in the tribe. Moreover, after being blessed by the shaman, no one would harm him even if he could not be tolerated in the tribe. No one would ever dare to kill him, and the worst case would be to abandon it. However, the shaman did not stop after placing the stone plate down. Instead, he took out a pattern plate and passed it to Shashwan. It was the same pattern plate that he gave Caesar earlier. Clearly it was for Chaka. Apparently, he valued Chaka more than Caesar, for he gave a double guarantee to Chaka this time. Shashwan was a little confused, because Chaka was merely brought back and kept as potential food with unforeseeable future, and it could oddly receive the shaman's high attention like that. Unless the shaman could predict the future, and he had seen Chaka's potential. Unfortunately, when the shaman chose to play mysterious, no one could pry the words out of his mouth. No one dared to do that as well. He was just some old man with one foot in the grave, but he could always strike people with awe and veneration. Shashwan tossed Chaka back into the animal skin bag, and made a sincere salute towards the shaman, so as to show his gratitude. With the shaman's blessing, it would be much easier for Chaka to live in the tribe in the future. With Chaka's matter finished, the shaman chose to talk about something serious. He asked Shashwan about his experience back in the Green Forest during the hunting mission. Shashwan shared some things with the shaman, not all of it, but this time Shashwan was less reserved, and he mentioned that he saw some shadows of the Green Thief vaguely. Shashwan did not think that he could keep his special ability to himself forever, given that he probably would be spending all his life in here. He had no one to rely on. And because of Ta, Shashwan would not be stupid enough to set all his hopes on the chief. What's more, what if Ta really becomes the next chief and makes things hard for Shashwan? It was not Shashwan just being pessimistic. During this time's hunting mission, he did feel that he could not get along well with Ta. There was no human in the right in the tribe, for everything could be decided by the leadership. When a leader said that you were wrong, then you were wrong indeed. There would be no chance for you to make any explanation. After some observation, Shashwan would rather believe in the shaman, the so-called spiritual leader in the tribe. Although this isolated tribe was not developing fast, it was not severely deformed, and that was all the shaman's credits during all these generations. He believed that the next shaman wouldn't be too bad. He decided to reveal his secret little by little, so that the shaman could also be prepared for the whole truth someday. After listening to Shashwan's description in silence, the shaman amiably passed him 2 packs of mixed herbs, without asking more about the details. One pack is health recovery, and the other one is mixed with the Green Thief. Use them soon, especially the one with the Green Thief. Do not store them for too long. After carefully placing the 2 packs of mixed herbs, Shashwan heard the shaman say, "Who do you intend to follow during the next hunting trip?" "I was about to tell you that. I want to tag along with Uncle Mai's group during the next hunting mission," said Shashwan. Ta had not removed Shashwan from the name list of the advance group, for he had probably changed his mind and wanted to take Shashwan with them during the next hunting mission. However, Shashwan was the one refusing to do that. He would prefer to tag along with Mai's hunting group. By doing that, he could get proper opportunity to train himself in the battlefield. If he continued to follow the advance group, he wouldn't be able to keep up with their paces, and he wouldn't be able to solve all the problems with a single trap. Perhaps Ta would think Shashwan was an ungrateful kid after hearing his response, and hate him even more. But so what? Shashwan did not want to enter the advance group and serve as a mascot. He refused to be the one watching in a distance when it comes to real hunting. "Okay, I understand." The shaman nodded. Shashwan worried no more after the shaman had said that. Ta was totally timid in front of the shaman. He dared not to judge, let alone refute the old man. Even his father, the chief of the tribe, would not directly refute the shaman's decision. When Shashwan left, he made a salute to the shaman again. The more he knew about the tribe, the more he believed that such an old man deserved people's respect. It had nothing to do with the brainwashing, or anything else. When Shashwan walked down the mountain, he deliberately took a detour to Mai and Lenga's houses, to ask them if they had similar situations when they ate the bird eggs. However, the answer was number. The bird eggs they ate were no different from many normal eggs, and Chaka turned out to be a total exception. You actually hatched an egg. Lenga was stunned. Shashwan was totally speechless, but he found it very unflattering. Lenga was more than surprised, and he pulled over Shashwan's animal skin bag to look inside. He even reached inside to take Chaka out for a closer observation. The bird was blessed by the shaman. However, Lenga's hand got backed on hard as soon as he reached inside. If he weren't someone with thick skin, or if his totem power was not awakened, he would have been bleeding for sure. This bird is ferocious, better than Caesar. Apparently, Lenga and Keek had the same standards and definitions for good. For most of the people in the tribe, all animals and beasts were judged by the same standard. The fiercer they were, the better. Hence people would have more sense of accomplishment when they killed the thing. Oh, by the way, Juan, you should check on your cabin when you go back home. The wet season is about to come. Although your cabin was newly built this year, it would be safer for you to check it carefully. And you should store more dry timbers inside. The wet season? Shashwan thought about last year in this time. Indeed, the wet season was about to come. Chapter 88. The river beast dread. The rain was pouring down hard. The raindrops were falling from the sky and splashing on the ground, creating loud noises everywhere. The tree leaves created scratching noises as they were hit by the rain, and it somehow struck people with a feeling that perhaps the leaves were being pierced through by the water. Among the curtains of rain, a figure quickly went through the woods, while a toothpick-like stone needle pierced through the curtains of rain, and came out from the dense branches. At the thud sound, it stabbed into an arm-thick short wooden bar that hung there. At that time, there were already plenty of similar stone needles pinned on the bar in different angles, which made the hanging stake look like a hedgehog. Many bars like that were hanging nearby. Some of them were placed in the thick undergrowth, while some of them were hanging in the trees. Sheila, this is a sound, didn't know what else to make of it. There was the sound of a quick pull, and the wooden bars in different places immediately moved promptly together. As they moved, more stone needles flew towards them. Thud, thud, thud. There were wooden bars in the grass, in the bushes, and in the air. No matter where they were, they had many stone needles stabbed on them. The heavy rain that poured down from the sky did not affect the path of the flying stone needles at all. Whoosh! The figure running in the woods and the rain curtains jumped, and landed safely after jumping over the branches that blocked him. The sound of landing could hardly be heard because of the rain in the surroundings. Shashwan wiped his face, and then went to collect the wooden bars. He wiped his face in the heavy rain. How pointless. He had been doing such training for several days now. At first, he used spearhead darts, and then the stone shivs, which were thinner. Now, he was using stone needles. They were even thinner than the stone shivs. The white hairs that they had encountered in the green forest while hunting were obviously very soft, yet they could pierce through thick wood bars, and appeared to have no resistance when they pierced into the bodies of intermediate totem warriors. One of the reasons behind that was the materials of the white hair, but the other more important reason was that the speed of the white hairs was too fast. Shashwan was experimenting on that point. He wished that, perhaps someday in the future, he would be able to pierce a thick wood bar with a thin grass needle. However, for now, he had to take baby steps. If he couldn't pierce the wood with stone, he shouldn't even bother trying that with grass. There was still a long way to go. Since it had been raining recently, Shashwan did not ask Old to come out of his house. It would be pure suffering if he came out in such weather. Now, every time one went to Old's place for some stoneware, he would mock Old for becoming tender. In the past, Old would always use his cane to help himself struggle up the mountain when he had to go up. Also, he would never ask for anyone else's help. But now Old rides on Caesar's back when he goes out, and Shashwan would carry him when he has to go up the mountain. When it rains, Oldk would not even step out of his house. That was too fucking effeminate. Oldk did not get agitated, and he would keep doing whatever he was doing, totally ignoring J's comments. In his mind, J was only being jealous and pretending to be the green-eyed monster. Oldk would not tell J that Shashwan asked for some herbs for him from the shaman. Now Oldk was in the phase of recuperating. In the past, he was living with a bad mindset, and he could not care less about his life. However, now he had a strong desire to live longer, for he wanted to watch Shashwan as he gradually grows up. Caesar and Chaka were both left in Oldk's house. Sometimes, Shashwan would think that whether he should do some expansions on his cabin, so that Oldk could come and live with him. After all, Shashwan was living alone, and Oldk had no one else living with him right now. If they moved in together, it would save a lot of time, for Shashwan won't have to travel between the two places. As he thought about that, Shashwan was gathering those wood bars and tangled straw ropes. Last year, the wet season only began after another hunting trip. However, unfortunately, it came early this year. The shaman told everybody to stay prepared for it, and the hunting team, that was about to set out, postponed their time for leaving. Behind Shashwan's back, a snake-like insect came out from a tree. Unlike a real snake, it had a lot of feet on its body. It stared at Shashwan in silence, while spitting out its forked tongue like a snake. Its body quietly slid down along the trunk, but the thin feet allowed it to stay firmly on the tree. When approaching Shashwan, its body twisted into the form of the letter S with its upper body away from the trunk. Aiming at Shashwan, it opened its mouth and struck to bite on Shashwan's neck with the speed of an arrow. Shashwan did not look back, but casually lifted his hand. He blocked the insect when its mouth was half a hand away from his neck, where he used his fingers to grab its neck tightly. His fingers slightly pushed together. Kerch. Puff. The insect's head got separated from its body. Shashwan flicked his fingers, which made the head of the insect fall on the grass, while its headless body quickly got thrown away in the woods on other side, while Shashwan pulled back his hand. In the whole process, Shashwan did not even look at the worm. When he finished collecting all the stone needles, Shashwan got up and looked around. He had encountered that kind of insect quite a few times in these few days. It's said that every year when the rainy season came, they would drill out of the ground from below. Not only this kind, other kinds of creatures would also drill their way out from the ground. But aside from the rainy season, they were only seen in the training ground mountains. Shashwan walked on the muddy road as he headed back to the tribe. Suddenly, he lifted one foot and kicked on a gravel. The gravel flew towards somewhere on the grass. A 2 palms long scorpion-like insect just drilled out from the earth, but it was smashed down by the gravel immediately. Oldk had said that those insects that appeared in the rainy season would always attack people aggressively. Almost all of them were poisonous, so people should beware not to get bitten by them, and they should be killed whenever found by warriors. It's said that some of the insects would try to enter the tribe, so the kids who had not awakened their totem power yet would always get locked in their homes when rainy season came. Adults would sprinkle some kind of grass extract around the house, and it could keep the worms and bugs away. Woo-tilda. There came a loud noise from the river. All the warriors in the training ground felt a chill crawling on their spines. They all stopped what they were doing, and jumped up to look at the riverside. Shashwan had almost reached the residential zone, so there was no hill blocking his sight. He climbed up a tree and looked in the direction of the river next to the tribe. Behind all the curtains of rain, the leaping figure above the river was not clear due to the far distance. But even when the leaping figure was very far from the tribe, and was not completely revealed, people could still infer its huge size. That was the decisive reason that kept people in the tribe from exploring the river. It was the river beast called Dread, the creature that held the dominant position in this endless river. People's fear towards it could be seen by the way they named it, Dread. People did not know what exactly a dread looked like, but only by its giant size and horrible voice, people already felt the unparalleled sense of oppression. When they appeared, it meant that the rainy season had begun for real, and it was not some regular storm, just like the shaman's prediction. The rainy season did come earlier. When the dreads leaped up high, Their screaming was so loud that it was like a steam whistle ringing beside your ears, which could almost tear your eardrums. But when the giant dreads fell into the water again, they would create a loud thunder-like roar. This time it was not that bad. It could have been more uncomfortable. People would feel as if they were being punched on the chest repeatedly. If you placed a cup of water in your room, you could see the water shaking violently. Last year in the rainy season, Shashwan was hiding in the orphan cave with his hands covering his ears, like everyone else. Those sounds were pure torture for them, and many kids were trembling all the time. Not only kids in the orphan cave, every year when it came to the rainy season, kids in the tribe would stay in their homes, with things blocking their ears. It helped a little, but still could not spare them from suffering from the noise. Some children would even bleed from the nose and ears. Perhaps the rainy season was joyful for those dreads, for they constantly leaped out from the water, seeming to be happy. The tribe was not placed that close to the river, but the impact of the dreads remained very apparent. For the tribe, rainy season was just a disaster. The only thing that people should feel lucky about was that the dreads would not come close to the bank, let alone coming on the land, or the tribe probably would have been wiped out long ago. When the giant dreads arrived, an urgent meeting would be held within the tribe. The team leaders of both hunting teams would spare some warriors to be responsible for the defense of the tribe. That was also the annual rainy season guard battle. During the rainy season, some other things might come out from the river, and that was also the reason why the hunting team postponed their hunting schedule. They had to defend the tribe from the creatures in the river. Chapter 89, The Fish Fence. Not long after Shashwan returned home, Langa came over to inform him that he needs to participate in the patrolling. Every hunting group would oversee a small region, and they were divided into 3 batches taking turns guarding the tribe. Participating in the patrol did not mean that he would encounter anything dangerous, for it was only a preventive action. There were too many unknown factors in the river after all, and it was better to safe than sorry. Mai and the others will start patrolling tonight. You and me will go and take their spot tomorrow in the morning," said Lang Georgia. "Okay, I got it." "Do I need to bring anything?" asked Shashwan. "No need to bring too many things. A few pieces of useful stoneware will be enough. Every patrolling mission only lasts for half a day." Langa pointed at the mountain foot, "Over there, near the river. It's somewhere near the place that you used to go fishing. You probably wouldn't know, for you stayed in the orphan cave last year. But when the rainy season comes, the river would rise a lot, and it can reach up to there." Langa pointed it out for Shashwan. Where he pointed, there was a line of stones, below which no cabin or house existed. So even those residents in the mountain foot district would only live near the mountain foot, but not build anything directly at the foot of the mountain, because the water rose up high in the rainy season. There had been some people stationed near the riverside for fishing before, but now they all withdrew to higher ground. No one would ever go close to the river before the end of the rainy season. Thinking that Shashwan probably had no idea of what might happen in the rainy season, Langa told him some things about the rainy seasons in the past. When the rain had eased off, Langa took Shashwan out to their patrolling area to have him become familiar with it. He also wanted Shashwan to be prepared for it. Although the place that they were guarding wouldn't have many difficulties, they needed to stay alert. "So you're saying that the hunting team won't go out for hunting missions until the rainy season's over?" asked Shashwan. Earlier, he assumed that the hunting team was only staying in the tribe for some time, and they would go out hunting once there's no abnormal thing. However, based on what Langa was saying, the hunting team would likely spend all the rainy season in the tribe. Then what would people eat if they hadn't stored enough food? "We have no other options. This is the tribe's rule. Many people up in the mountain have stored enough food, and their game is of relatively higher quality, so they, for sure, could survive the rainy season. But people down the mountain have opposite situations. Even if they have stored something, their food contains limited energy, for the game was not strong enough. They will get hungry no matter what." "But," Langa chuckled, "it's far better than the winters. During the rainy season, some things would come out from the river, and we can collect them as food supply." "Some things?" Shashwan thought about the different kinds of insects in the training grounds, and he frowned subconsciously. But if there was nothing else to eat, they had to diet on that. You'll see when they come. Langa did not explain much. We won't starve. Now Shashwan became really curious. Based on Langa's words, the things were not the insects that popped out from the training grounds. So, what were they? It happens once in a year. Although dangerous, it isn't that dangerous if we are careful enough. It's okay, don't worry. Langa tapped on Shashwan's shoulder with his fist as encouragement. Shashwan rubbed his shoulder as he stared at the river in the rain. Afar on the river, the lords of the water were constantly leaping out high. Shashwan wondering something after observing those dreads. Judging by the movements as they leaped, the lords of the water seemed to be swimming towards the same direction. If it was an isolated case, he might just as well ignore it. But the fact was, all the dreads that leaped up were facing the same direction, with no exception. In that direction, is the river going upstream or downstream? Shashwan pointed at the same direction that the horrors were swimming towards. Upstream or downstream? I don't know. I've never been there. It's too far away. Langa said easily. For him, the terms upstream and downstream made no difference, so he cared not to think much about it. Shashwan looked in that direction, while thinking and wondering what the place was, and why would all the lords of the waters swim towards that direction. The river was very wide. If it hadn't been fresh water, he would have assumed the river to be the ocean. The ocean? Did the river travel to the ocean? Shashwan memorized the 2 hunting trips he had experienced, and roughly speculated the positions and terrain. He figured out that the lords of the water were probably swimming in the downstream direction. Well, if the river did travel to the ocean, then why would the lords of the waters swim to the ocean during the rainy seasons? Many kinds of fishes would have periodic directional round trips due to various of reasons such as reproduction, food or seasons. It was the so-called migratory instinct. So, were the lords of the water having similar migratory habits? Shashwan shook his head. All was speculation. He won't get any answer from Langa and the others, for they had no idea what the ocean was. Doesn't matter whether those lords of the water were migrating during the rainy season, Shashwan could do nothing given the circumstances right now. However, later when he returns, he will record all the phenomenons he has observed into his own notebook. Shashwan had already collected and gathered some animal skins which were good for writing. He used them to take records, including the pictures that he saw in the orphan cave. He pictured them based on his memories. If the animal skin doesn't last long, he will carve them on stone plates in the future. Shashwan turned his gaze slowly from the big giant figures afar, and looked at the riverside for a while. Suddenly, he said, Langa, what do you say if we make a few fish fences here? Langa was thinking about how much food he would be able to collect during this rainy season, but immediately he was brought back by Shashwan's question. He asked curiously, fish fence? What's that? So, we use wood sticks and nets to make something to block the fish? Shashwan briefly described the fish fence he had in mind, and continued, I'm thinking that perhaps we can set a simple trap by making those fish fences. Traps? Langa instantly had sparkles in his eyes. In fact, it's something simple. Shashwan took out the stone knife that he brought with him, and began to draw on the ground. Langa was also quite obsessed with setting traps, and as soon as he heard about Shashwan's explanation, he could imagine Shashwan's whole image with the help of the pictures he drew on the ground. Langa tapped on his head, and said regretfully, why hadn't I thought of that? What Shashwan wanted to make was a fish fence-like simple trap. It was not difficult to make, and no other precise setting was needed. It was the same as setting a fish fence. Wood or stone pillars would be made into a fence, set up around a region. The fish fences would coil around like a mosquito coil. Some of them were circular, while others were square. Shashwan wanted to see what different effects different shapes would make. The entrance of the fish fence-like trap would be in the direction of the river. Or, he could use the fish fence to make a space, like the capital word omega ohms. Unlike the first two types, this trap's entrance would be facing the bank. So, during ebb, the fish swimming inside the trap would be blocked inside. Unless the fish trapped had really high IQ, They would not be able to swim out on their own. Shashwan had tried it in his former life, and it always worked. However, since Shashwan did not participate in the tribal patrolling duty in the past, he was not sure whether such equipment could be set up now. Hence he asked Langa about it. Yes, totally doable. No problem. Langa looked at the river surface, which was not rising rapidly. He called on Shashwan. Now, let's find the proper stones as soon as possible, and set the trap while the water's not rising. Something in the river would eat timber, so they could not use wood when setting the fish fences. The only material that they could use was stone. Now it was not the time to care about the stone's material, so the stone pillars for the fish fence were not so hard to make. So, when Mai took the first batch of warriors to came here for patrolling, they saw Shashwan and Langa being busy doing something along the riverside. From the riverbank to the stone line that was set by the tribe, there were quite a few fish fences standing there in the distance. Due to limited time, they were too busy to care about the appearances of the fish fences. The stone pillars were not of the same thickness, and some of them were even as thick as people's thighs. People could totally stand on them. Chapter 90. Don't move. What are you doing now? Setting a trap? Mai came over and asked. It seems you can stand on them when the water rises. The people beside Mai laughed. They had no idea what Shashwan and Langa were doing, but everyone in the hunting team knew that Langa was obsessed with setting traps. Normally he would make arrow traps and some similar traps, but occasionally he would try different types. Langa told everyone else about his and Shashwan's idea. The other warriors were quite curious, but when it came to setting fish fences in here, it was not only not an obstacle for them, it offered them convenience, for they could jump on them when the tide rose. You should go home. Tonight, we'll be doing the patrolling, and Langa, you need to be here early tomorrow with the others," said Mai. "Sure. We'll go back after this is done." Earlier I paid no attention, but now with you here, I realize that I'm hungry. Langa touched his belly. He was more than satisfied, looking at his own deeds. On the other side, Shashwan had finished his last fish fence. When he looked, he noticed that aside from the animal skin bags that contained the food and stoneware, people in Mai's batch carried some nets that were made from straw ropes. "Why are you all carrying nets, Uncle Mai?" asked Shashwan. "Well, this." Mai smiled. "It's for food, of course." Seeing that Shashwan was still confused, Mai said, "You will know when you come by tomorrow. Oh, by the way, when you come tomorrow, bring a big net bag." Although he did not know what the net bag was for, Shashwan prepared one for himself. On the second day, Shashwan dropped Caesar and Chaka at Old's place early in the morning before he went to the patrolling ground. As Shashwan arrived, Langa and the others in the same batch were already there. To Shashwan's surprise, all the straw nets in Mai and the others' hands had many watermelon-sized river snails inside. Not only that, people could see that near the river bank, there were many sharp protrusions, becoming larger as time went by. They were all river snails, swimming towards the shore. Now, the quantity of the river snails seemed not big, but if they kept coming towards shore, every warrior would be able to collect quite a lot of them after their patrolling duty. For example, Mai and the others had collected a lot. The river snails had thick shells, so even the piranhas in the rivers had no way to eat them. However, people in the tribe knew how to use tools to pull them out from the shells. You see, the shells are strong and tough, but after you take them back home and boil them in the water, the shells will soon turn fragile. In the past, some people tried to make use of their shells, but to their surprise, the shells turned very fragile after some time. Mai said to Shashwan. Although the river snails didn't contain much energy individually, given its large quantity, it could help solve the food issue for sure. No wonder that Langa was not worried about food. According to Mai's explanation, those river snails won't come on shore on normal days. Only after the rainy season had begun would they swim to the riverbank in batches. The good thing was that those river snails didn't have any way to attack, which made them the perfect food source during the rainy seasons. Szechuan did not know whether it had any parasites inside, but since people in the tribe had been dieting on them for years, it should be fine. Since it was time for the shift change, Mai and the others did not stay long. After the whole night in the rain, all they wanted was to head back home to eat something, and go to sleep. After they were properly fed and rested, they would come here again to patrol. You just guard here, and whistle once you encounter anything abnormal that you can't handle, okay? Mai said to Lenga and the others. Got it. Just relax. It's not like we are new at patrolling during the rainy season. I've filled Szechuan in with all the procedures. I'll keep an eye on him. Don't worry. Lenga waved at Mai, and instantly rushed towards the bank to check on the fish fences that he set yesterday. It kept raining all the time, and sometimes it was raining heavily, while sometimes it was not. The river had risen a lot higher than yesterday. The fish fence that was closest to the riverside was almost half sunk in the water. If it's like that, no fish would swim into it. It was still too early, and there was no abnormality on the surface of the river. So, Szechuan began to collect river snails like the others. Szechuan had no idea what species those river snails belonged to. They looked different from one another. There were various circular patterns and colors, but Lenga said that they were all eatable. Szechuan did not mind that much. He would just grab them and toss them into the straw net once they swam to the bank. However, they stuck to the ground quite tightly, and when they were on some smooth stones, it would require some strength to pull them off. They had been patrolling for almost half a day, but nothing had happened besides those river snails swimming to the shore. Nothing else was worth noticing. That day, Szechuan delivered many river snails to the kids in the orphan cave, and when he went back, he would not be able to eat them all anyway. Caesar was not fond of them. Chaka was quite curious, but only for a while. All he cared about was to pull its flesh out of its shell for fun. On the third day of Szechuan's patrolling, the first fish fence finally got completely submerged in the water. The first fish fence was not big, and the diameter was only about 2 meters. When they finished building it, both Szechuan and Lenga felt that it was a little small. But instead of rebuilding it, they let it be, and deliberately made the second fish fence much larger. Because of that, when the first fish fence submerged completely, the second one only had part of it submerged in the water, as it was almost parallel with the first one. How is it? Lenga tossed one river snail into his straw net, and shouted at Szechuan. Szechuan stood next to the first fish fence, and carefully looked inside. There was no fish. Moreover, there was no activity to be spotted of the piranhas with giant heads and sharp teeth in the surroundings. In fact, there was no fish at all to be seen. It seemed that all the fish had vanished. Oddly, in such a rainy season, no fish could be seen. So, did that mean that the fish fences were made in vain? No, they could see what the other things were in the river, besides the fish. Just keep them. Szechuan looked at the fish fence beneath his feet, and decided to leave the fish fences as they were for now, and take them down when the tide ebbs. Anyway, there were no obstacles for the patrol. There's nothing, Szechuan answered. As he was about to head back to the land, Szechuan suddenly felt a chill sweeping through his back. There was something dangerous. When he was about to jump away from the fish fence and head towards the bank, he heard Lenga's urgent scream. Don't move. No matter what, do not move. Move, or don't move. Those two options flashed in Szechuan's mind quickly. In the end, he chose to do as Lenga commanded, which was standing there still. Although Szechuan did not move, all the muscles on his body were well prepared. Once something went south, he would act on his instinct. His hand had almost reached the stone knife earlier. Over there, Lenga had no mood for collecting river snails, and he was running towards Szechuan together with the others. While running, he tossed the river snail he was holding towards a spot about 30 meters away from where Szechuan was. Szechuan could hear the river snail dropping into the water, but the needle-like glare was still there. Szechuan stood there still, remaining at where he was, rock steady. If he looked up, he could see where the icy glare came from. But at that moment, Szechuan held his curiosity back, and did not look around. Somewhere not far away from Szechuan, don't know since when, A triangular head had appeared above the water silently. On the head, there were a pair of puffy, beady eyes. At that time, a not-so-big sound came from the water ahead. It was not obvious in the sounds of the rain, but Shashwan heard it clearly. Ribbit. Shashwan, what the fuck? Finally, he realized why Lang asked him not to move. Chapter 91, Changes in the Rainy Season. Langa and the others were trying to attract its attention. Shashwan could feel its sight fixed on himself, and finally it looked away after staring at him for about 2 minutes. Run, Ajwan, run! Langa shouted from the other side. In fact, Langa didn't need to shout. Shashwan's legs suddenly bent his knees and then jumped up high with all his strength. The second when it looked away, he basically ejected himself in the blink of an eye. Ka! The stone pillar that he stood on immediately cracked on the top, while Shashwan's body shot out like an arrow. The moment Shashwan moved away from the stone pillar, he glimpsed a long shadow which shot out and promptly retracted back. If Shashwan was a little slower, he would probably have been pulled down by the long shadow. Shashwan knew what that long shadow was. If touched by it, he would have been dragged into the water. Meanwhile, Langa and the others had tossed the long spears they had at hand towards the creature in the river. Earlier, they dared not to do that, because Shashwan was standing in a really delicate position, and he could easily get hurt accidentally. Now, since Shashwan was not there anymore, they did not need to be overcautious. The veins on their upper arms popped up as they tossed out the long spears. Stone spears flew through the curtains of rain, and Shashwan could hear the whoosh sounds as the spears flew in the air. Puff, puff, puff. 3 long spears stabbed into the creature's body, and red blood poured out immediately after that. If those piranhas were around, they would already have gathered around by the attraction of fresh blood. However, now, except for the struggling noise made by that injured creature, there was nothing else. Whoosh, whoosh. Another 2 long spears were tossed there. Long stropes were attached at the end of the long spears. Apparently, they were attached so that the wounded game could be dragged to the bank. As people dragged it up with the straw ropes, Shashwan finally got to see what that thing looked like. And although like his earlier speculation, the thing that was dragged to the bank did look like a frog, but surprisingly it also had a long tail. Was it a tadpole? The kind that hadn't grown into a frog, but had the limbs? Judging by its call earlier, Shashwan did not expect to see something like this. The long-tailed frog that had become a pincushion was still struggling, but not as strongly as before. Its 4 limbs were thrashing around, leaving trails on the bank. When the long-tailed frog was stabbed once again and stopped struggling, Shashwan went closer for a detailed observation. Aside from the long tail, its 4 feet were fully webbed, and were not very toe-like. When you force opened its mouth, there were sharp teeth inside. Besides that, the rest of it looked exactly like a mature frog. Not only that, the size of the long-tailed frog surprised Shashwan a lot. If the long tail was not included, its body was over 5 meters long. No wonder that Langa and the others were so nervous. It was Shashwan's first time seeing such a big frog with a long tail and sharp teeth. You almost frightened me to death. Seeing that Shashwan was unharmed, Langa was quite relieved. He warned Shashwan, now that this thing came out, you need to be extra cautious from now on. Do not go to check on the fish fences for now. Whether they could catch any fish was not a big deal. The important thing was their own safety. Langa still had a lingering fear, for he did not expect the thing to come out so quickly. When he saw those 2 bloated eyes appear in the water near Shashwan, Langa felt as if a jar of icy water was poured on his body. Some people in the patrolling team had been dragged into the river in the past, and none of them ever returned alive. Even though people became more careful lately, and they were able to kill some of them every year, they would still be dragged down once they reduced their vigilance. You cannot let down your guard in front of the game. Watching the others kill and dissect the long-tailed frog, Langa shared more things with him about the things he needs to pay attention to. Also, he told him some tragedies that happened in the past, to draw Shashwan's attention. But this thing has its merits. It's delicious. We can now kill some of them, but in a few days it will become very hard," said Lang Georgia. On that day, Shashwan killed 3 long-tailed frogs together with the others. Those 3 frogs had different patterns and colors, but all of them had long tails, and seemed to belong to the same strange species. People in the same duty all shared the meat, and later, they brought some of the frog meat back after finishing patrolling. It was delicious, although it was not as tender as the frog meat that Shashwan had tried in his last life. It contained more energy than the river snails. The rainy season was relatively shorter than winter, but it was not just a day or two. The rainy season would last for about 30 days. No one could say the exact date, for each year it varied. 2 days later, the unceasing rain made the river grow a lot. Shashwan speculated that based on that rising trend, in less than 10 days, the river will rise over the stone line. However, seeing their behavior, the others didn't seem to be scared at all. When Shashwan was patrolling again, he could see a large amount of triangular heads and bloated eyes along the river bank line. No wonder that Langa said that later they would be difficult to catch. So many long-tailed frogs. Rather than pulling them to the shore, they would pull you down into the water. When there was nothing else to do, Langa would stuff mud into the empty shells, and toss them towards the frogs to watch the frogs snatch them with their long tongues. Just like the frogs that Shashwan knew in his last life, those long-tailed frogs would capture moving objects. Most of the times, before the shells fell into the water, they would be snatched with the long tongues. Those long-tailed frogs never came on the shore. They would at most stand in the shallow waters, with their triangular heads and bloated eyes revealed above the water. Unlike in Shashwan's old memory, they barely made calls. Occasionally, a loud quack could be heard. With the rising river, every time when Shashwan went patrolling, the patrolling line would be drawn back a little. Because of the existence of those long-tailed frogs, they needed to maintain a safe distance from the river. Until one day when Shashwan came towards the river bank, he found that those long-tailed frogs near the river bank had all disappeared. He also noticed that the river, that had risen to the 7th fish fence, had begun to recede. The rainy season was not over yet, as Langa told Shashwan. It was merely the first ebb of this rainy season. In the coming days, there would be more ebbs in this rainy season. But after the first ebb, all those long-tailed frogs would all disappear, and never come back again until the next rainy season. In the meantime, Shashwan noticed that when the river was ebbing, the obvious trend of the flowing direction of the river seemed to have changed. As Shashwan speculated, nowadays, the river was not flowing in the same direction as those lords of the river, but it was flowing what was before upstream. The altered flowing direction, and the long-tailed frogs that disappeared overnight, both told Shashwan that something happened upstream of the river. Per Langa's theory, there would be quite a few times that the river would ebb, and along with every ebb of the river, the flowing direction of the river would alter. A lot of strange things were happening during every rainy season. Who can make a guess at what might have happened? Quite a few hints were dropped, not saying that it might be relevant to the story in the future. Maybe it might, maybe not. Just because of those weird phenomenons, people in the tribe felt that the limitless mysterious river became even more mysterious. The whole time, they were reluctant to explore, for they did not dare to explore. During the first ebb, Shashwan found a wood-eating insect in the 7th fish fence. Shashwan personally set the 7th fish fence, and he placed a few bulks of wood inside the fish fence. Unexpectedly, this sudden ebb trapped a few wood-eating insects inside. The wood-eating insect was like a ball of mucus. When they smelled wood, they would quickly attach to the wood, or just drag the wood down after the insect changed its shape. However, Shashwan noticed that there were a lot of trees growing in a place that was flooded by the water, but they were not chewed on much. But if you tossed a bulk of wood into the river, in over an hour, you could see it being dragged down. Normally, the wood bulk would disappear from the surface within 2 minutes. Apparently, those wood-eating insects were acting abnormally during rainy seasons. So, every time when Shashwan was patrolling, he would place a piece of wood on the river to see how long it would take for it to be dragged down. On the wood bulk, he attached a thin straw rope, with the other end tied on a stone pillar so that the wood bulk doesn't drift away. When he returns home that day, he would write the observation down in his secret notebook. This rainy season only lasted for 27 days, and it was shorter than last year. It was a normal situation, according to the experienced warriors. The longest rainy season in their lives lasted for about 40 days, while the shortest rainy season was no more than 25 days. When it stopped raining and the haunting dark clouds finally faded away, the precious sun finally shined again above people's heads. Everyone in the tribe was feeling refreshed from the fine weather. Having been cooped up in their houses for nearly 30 days, the kids now were running around excitedly outside their houses. Children in the orphan cave also began to prepare things again. With the end of the rainy season, they could start fishing as usual. Temporarily, they did not have to worry about the disturbing noises that might hurt their chests. Why temporarily? Because the disappeared water demons would appear again after some time, and then they would scream again. Let's go. Ajuan, Langa and the others were packing their things and preparing to leave. I'm almost done. You guys go ahead. Shashwan answered. After the rainy season ended, you weren't in danger anymore so long you didn't step into the river. So, Langa and the others were not worried. When Langa and the others had left, Shashwan took out a small wooden boat from the animal skin bag. It was made by him during these last few days after he came back from his patrolling duties. It was a simple sailboat, and he made it with some wood he had and some tiny stone needles. The sail was made from the leaf of some plant, and the wood planks were all normal timbers. The body of the little sailboat was only 2 palms long. The wind was blowing from the bank towards the river. Shashwan placed the simple little sailing boat on the surface of the river. With a slight push from his fingers, the little boat moved away from the bank and was sailing away from the shore, drifting towards the center of the limitless river. The dot of green on the boat was particularly conspicuous. There were a lot of piranhas in the river. Those big fellows with low IQ, that had disappeared during the whole rainy season, had now finally come back, and became more active than before. One single slice of meat or blood would cause chaos for a long time within the river. They were very energetic. Luckily, they had no interest in wood, while the wood-eating insects that were obsessed with wooden objects seemed to have disappeared. After standing on the bank staring at the green dot for a while, Shashwan collected his things and left. When he was climbing up the mountain, he looked back at the river and could still see the little dot drifting. Chapter 92, Boomerang. When the rainy season ended, it was Ta's hunting team's turn to go out hunting. This time, Shashwan was in Mai's hunting group. Before they went out for hunting, everyone gathered together on the mountaintop to sing the song of hunting. Ta said nothing when seeing Shashwan. He was in a bad mood, but still, he dared not to act it out obviously. Perhaps, the shaman had already talked to him, which left him no other choice but to swallow his anger. He would be considered disrespectful to the shaman once he revealed any traces of dissatisfaction. Ta had no choice but to take a deep breath and carry on. He assumed that they could gather more plants even without Shashwan's help. At the very least, some warriors in the advance group also knew how to set traps if setting traps was required. Unless the ancestors would only bless Shashwan, and turn a blind eye to the real elites of the tribe. He did not believe that. The others in the hunting team were also staring at Shashwan curiously, especially those young warriors. Apparently, they were mocking him secretly, and their looks seemed to say, "Look at that. I knew that this guy would get kicked out from the advance group. I knew it." Langa worried that Shashwan might think too much, and he kept comforting him all the way up to the mountaintop. However, he had no idea that Shashwan did not care about it at all, and he was the one who made the proposal. Caesar and Chaka were both left in Old K's place, so was the remaining food. There was still something stored in the ice cave near the mountaintop, so there was no way that they would ever starve. This time, the hunting period for them was relatively tight, so right at the end of the rainy season, Ta quickly summoned the hunting group leaders, and had them be prepared for the next hunting mission. They had to be back to the tribe before the full moon, because at that period, the ferocious beasts in the forests would become even more irascible. So, based on the experiences they had in the past, whichever hunting team had the mission, it should be returned before the full moon. The sooner, the better. Last time when Shashwan was hunting with Mai's hunting group, they stopped at the second location because they had found the ancestors. However, this time, the hunting at the first and the second location was smooth. So, Shashwan followed them to the third location. There were a lot of lakes in the third location. Since the rainy season had just passed, some lakes became even larger, and there were some new smaller lakes around. Many beasts, including many ferocious beasts, would come out after the rainy season. With the hunting experience that he had gathered before, and due to the fact that he was much stronger now, Shashwan had a good harvest. Since he had put down many high-level game, this time the food he had could support him for over 50 days. In the tribe, Oldk was not as worried as the last two times. After careful thinking, Oldk found that it was because this time, Shashwan did not say the words "rest assured" before he set off. Well, it was true. This time, the hunting mission went quite smoothly, and Shashwan tried with his full ability. He assisted the others, filled the leaks, and set a lot of traps. He was no longer a walkover character. In fact, Shashwan was very satisfied with this fruitful, enjoyable hunting trip. The only difference there was from the earlier hunting trips was that, as the time went by, the moons at night became brighter and brighter. At night, the forest was a little shiny as if it was covered by a layer of silver silk. The vision was not as dark as well, but similarly, nocturnal animals and ferocious beasts tended to be more irritable. Roars and cries of beasts and other animals could be heard, both day and night, and they were more frequent than before. After 20 days, the hunting team returned to the tribe. Because of the frequent raids of ferocious beasts, many people in each hunting groups were injured. Luckily, they were well prepared for the unpredictable accidents. Only 3 of the warriors were badly injured, even though many others were hurt as well. Considering the tough situation that they were all in, 3 was a lucky number. Fortunately, no one in Mai's hunting group was severely injured. When they were heading back to the tribe, Shashwan noticed that the river's water level dropped a lot as they reached the river in the mountain foot area. The fish fences were still there. The first fish fence was near the river surface originally. When the rainy season ended, the rising river dropped again, and it was only a little higher than it was before the rainy season. So, the first fish fence was in the water. However, now after 20 days, they returned, only to find that the water level dropped sharply, and it was even lower than before. It's almost the full moon, and the river would drop more in the following few days, said Lang Georgia. At second thought, Langga smiled. The fish fences that we made did not catch anything in the rainy season, but they might work after this full moon. The peculiar thing about this world were the 2 moons at night. They only become full moons once in a year, when they would move to each other's direction, until they met, overlapped, separated, and then went in different directions. When the moons were full, it was the time for them to overlap. Last year at the same time, Shashwan was spending most of his time in the orphan cave like the other kids. They were nowhere near the river, so naturally, they did not see the rising and sinking tides. Although many people began to start fishing after the rainy season, but they were not allowed to touch the water when the river dropped. They needed to remain in the caves. After taking care of the game, Shashwan took Caesar and Chaka back to his place. They were a little manic. You should pay attention to it, said Old. Shashwan glimpsed at the bones in the corner. The long ribs were chewed into small pieces. Caesar didn't eat them, but left them there. There were marks of claws on the ground. However, Chaka, who was very active before, on the other hand, now became very quiet. In the past, he would try to peck on everything he saw, and sometimes clutched on those things while chirping. But now, he became very quiet and still. When he was not sleeping, he would just stay in his nest, not going anywhere. Shashwan got back to his cabin, looking at overactive Caesar, and then the abnormally quiet Chaka. He thought for a while, and took out his knife to make something. During this hunting mission, a tree's leaf reminded Shashwan of something. The flying around dart, also called boomerang, was something that Shashwan used to play with in his previous life. It could be made from paper, but since he was now in the tribe, he chose to make it with wood. The boomerang that Shashwan made was in the shape of the character V. Because he became familiar with making stoneware and woodware, It was not so difficult for him to make such a boomerang. He knew how to do that. It took him less than an hour to finish his work. After some more detailed polishing, Shashwan took his end product outside. "Come out, Caesar." He called Caesar out. As Caesar was walking around howling in the cabin earlier, Shashwan tapped on the wolf's head with the boomerang, and said, "I toss it out, and you fetch it back for me." In the past, he had done the go-fetch training with Caesar. Sometimes, Shashwan would throw a stick or a bone out, for Caesar to fetch. So, Caesar was not alien with this game. Seeing that Caesar began to stare at the boomerang in his hand, Shashwan knew that he was prepared, so he tossed it out hard. The boomerang that was tossed out quickly flew away, but soon enough, it flew back to Shashwan after flying around a large circle on the left. Caesar kept running after the boomerang in a circle, and now he was very confused. Why could this thing come back to the starting point? When Shashwan tossed it out again, he quickly followed the boomerang to see where it went. What? Chio and Keek came to see Shashwan, but all they saw was that Shashwan throwing a piece of wood out, and the wood would oddly come back to Shashwan after flying around. How astonishing! What is this? Chio approached Shashwan and asked curiously. They had a good harvest during this hunting mission, and the things that they collected were very sizable compared with their earlier hunting missions. However, the quality was not as satisfying as the quantity. Last time, they had brought the green thief and the wind ball back. They even set traps outside every night when they were in the hunting mission, but nothing was obtained. Some of the traps were destroyed by some unknown objects. Chio and Keek came to Shashwan, just to ask him whether he would be interested in rejoining the advance group. However, unexpectedly, they saw something new and curious as they came by. "This is called a boomerang," Shashwan said. "Well, may I have a try?" Chio itched to try it himself. "Sure." Shashwan passed the boomerang to Chio, and told him the trick to throw it properly. "Are you sure that it will come back instead of getting lost in the woods?" Chio was not so confident about the outcome. After all, he was used to throwing stone spearheads and darts. He had the feeling that the thing he threw out would fly to somewhere afar. "Well, about flying back, I'm sure," Shashwan promised. "Okay, then I'll try it first." Chio threw it out gently, and he was much relieved to see that this thing did come back to him. On the second time, he threw it harder. Keek kept his eyes wide open as he stood right beside Chio without blinking. With his own eyes, he saw the piece of wood fly back after Chio threw it out. He rubbed his palms and swallowed his saliva. "Let me try it." Keek promptly took the boomerang as it flew back to Chio. However, the result of Keek's taking over was that, before the boomerang could be thrown out again, it was broken by accident. Chapter 93, The Overlapping of the Two Moons. Keek was brought away by Chio, but only after he got beaten up as hell. Before they left, Chio and Keek both promised that they would pay Shashwan a lot of food if Shashwan helped make another two for them. Boomerangs were said to have been invented by indigenous people, but here, it was of no big help at hunting. Given that there were quite a lot of ferocious beasts in the forests, boomerangs had no actual lethal power to them. However, it could be used to drive away the irrelevant animals and birds, or to be used as bait to draw the attention of ferocious beasts. As for the question brought up by Chio before he left, about whether he would be willing to rejoin the advance group, Shashwan provided no absolute answer, because what he wanted to do for now was to upgrade his strength. Chio and Keek might not have come here under Tra's order, but Ta must have known it in advance, and he did not stop them from coming. No matter what Ta was thinking, Shashwan had no intention in rejoining the advance group, for he felt more comfortable staying in Mai's hunting group. Because of Shashwan's harvest and merits before, the shaman would provide him with the herbs he needed. Shashwan had given all the herbs to Oldg, and Oldg looked far better than last few years. When he came back to himself, he saw Caesar sitting on the ground, staring at the broken boomerang. Shashwan went over to collect the broken boomerang and threw it inside to be used as firewood. He tapped on the wolf's head gently as comfort. "I'll make a new one for you tomorrow." Perhaps because of the exercise during the day, Caesar's energy was consumed a lot, and he became a lot quieter at night. Shashwan stood at his door, Staring at the sky, the moons were almost round, and they were gradually overlapping. According to the stories of experienced old warriors, the river would sink quickly once the two moons joined. The change was pretty obvious. In the following day, when Shashwan came to the riverside, he noticed that the water level had indeed dropped a lot. The river was running towards the regular downstream rapidly, as if the water was being flushed somewhere, would disappear when the moons turned full. After the river dropped, a lot of silt was revealed to the outside. People could even see something moving around inside that silt. Sometimes, some unknown birds would fly into those silts and back into the dirt. But occasionally, some giant mouth would open from the silts and drag the flying bird into the mud. Even if there was only silt left, it was still a very dangerous place. No wonder that the leadership of the tribe forbade people from getting near the riverside. Not only was it easy to sink into the sediment, the creatures hiding in the dirt were also a big threat. In the following few days, the two moons would gradually overlap each other some more, and the river would be flowing more rapidly, and sink even more rapidly. Now, when you stood beside the first fish fence, you would see nothing aside from the silt. However, if it weren't for the dropped water level, people would never have been able to see what it was like at the riverbed. Besides silt, there were some odd-looking river plants standing there, just like coral. Some other river plants could move like ordinary aquatic plants. Less than 10 meters ahead of the first fish fence, there was a steep slope, while 100 meters away, it became very deep. People even had the feeling that they couldn't see the bottom, because the lords of the river lived in it. It was definitely not a normal river. It was hard to imagine how deep the river actually was. Before the water vanished, Shashwan would toss a piece of wood into the river, and watch it drift away downstream. Before they went too far to be seen, none of the wood sank. Obviously, the wood-eating creatures were not in the river anymore for now. With the complete overlap of the moons approaching, Caesar and Chaka were not the only ones that became more and more abnormal. The night swallows were more ferocious than ever. Other people could not hear the screams of the night swallows, but Shashwan could. He could hear traces of excitement in their calls. It was a thirst for blood, a maddening thirst for blood, which helped them overcome their fear of fire. Even when someone traveled at night with a torch in their hand, he would still be madly attacked by the night swallows. Many night swallows would be burnt because of that, but they were acting as if all they could see was the target of the attack. Caesar would also keep howling at night in these days, just like the wolves in the forest. Last year, Caesar's symptoms were not so obvious because of his young age. But this year, things were different. At first, the patrolling warriors thought that some wolf packs might have entered the tribe, but they realized that it was Caesar after they had seen him with their own eyes. Because Caesar didn't used to howl in the past. Chaka would remain in his nest and not go nowhere, doing nothing, as if he thought that outside was dangerous. Shashwan would even have assumed him to be sick if he hadn't had a growing appetite. However, the big river down the mountain was gradually disappearing. The most intuitive feeling that people had was that the water was going away, as if there never was such a big river down the mountain, and the only thing left was an abyss filled with silt. If you raised your head and looked afar, you would find nothing. No river, no bank, no boundary. If he hadn't been warned about this by some experienced old warriors, Shashwan would have had a psychological panic of the unknown because of the abnormal phenomenon. At the very night that the two moons fully overlapped, it was as bright as day. After the two moons overlapped, it looked like that they were merged together into a larger moon. One giant round moon hanging in the sky, it was like huge pale eyeball looking down at everything down below. At that night, night swallows were wildly dancing above the empty riverbed, but they never returned to the tribe. On the mountaintop of the tribe, the shaman was murmuring something beside the fire pit. While inside the fire pit, the originally small ball of flame had grown into a big one, which filled up the whole fire pit. The tall flames kept dancing in the air, which made the mountaintop look like a massive torch. It somehow lightened people's mood and eased their nerves. It was horribly quiet in the whole tribe. Aside from the shaman, who was standing on the mountaintop, no one was allowed outside. Shashwan had been told to stay in his cabin and behave himself, Long before tonight, Caesar was howling in the room, while Chaka curved himself up in a ball of feather in his nest. He would totally shrink his head under his shoulders if he could. Even in the cabin, they could hear the vague roars of animals from the forest afar. People only came out the next day. When the moons disappeared and the sun came out, everyone had a delightful expression on their faces. The overlapping of two moons clearly did not have any actual harm physically, but the sense of fear that it created had clouded everyone's heart. They could only find comfort in the flame on the mountaintop. Now, with the two overlapped moons gone, everyone seemed to have come back to life again. On the following night of the overlapping of the two moons, there was also only one moon in the sky, but not as large as the night before. If you watched closely, you could slightly see the two moons slowly separating. While in the late night, Shashwan noticed that the ground beneath his feet was trembling, and it was getting worse and worse. He had learned some more about the events from Old K, so he was not worried this time. Thinking about last year when he was still in the orphan cave, he thought it was an earthquake, so he ran outside the cave, but got dragged back in and got laughed at by the other kids. Late at night, Shashwan was awoken up by the trembling ground again. Along with the trembling, there were loud noises, like 10,000 horses galloping together, very overwhelming. It became more and more moist, for more and more vapor was forming in the air. The wind was blowing hard outside, and gravel was thrown around, hitting the wooden walls, which created cracking sounds. Shashwan even wondered whether the wooden walls would be pierced through by the gravel. The rumbling noise grew bigger. The rumbling sound, accompanied by severe tremors on the ground beneath one's feet, and the moist air. Obviously, like the experienced old warriors had said, the disappeared river was coming back. After a while, it was a shrill scream, and it stood out in the midst of the rumbling sounds. Right after the whistle-like shrill scream, came the familiar thundering sound, which covered the earlier rumbling. It was the declaration of the Lord, and all other sounds must show deference. However, it was like a signal of a glorious return. All those creatures that disappeared during the rainy season, all came back with the water. The rumbling sound gradually faded away, but the voice of the lords of the river rang all night. It was believed that many people in the tribe had a sleepless night, just like Shashwan did. Chapter 94, Speculation. In the morning, Shashwan saw Langar running towards him breathlessly as soon as he went outside the door. Shashwan, quick, come to the riverside, now. Langar was red-faced. Perhaps he had done a lot of work, or perhaps he was just too excited. What's wrong? Shashwan was curious. The fish fences. The fish fences. Langar said no more, but came and dragged Shashwan, running towards the river. Early in the morning today, when the day was still a little dim, Langar came to the riverside to check on those fish fences. Judging from his experiences in the past few years, he knew that there would be huge tides last night, and he thought that there was a slight chance that the fish fences could trap something inside. Because for the last 2 days, people's hearts were so calm, so he did not disturb Shashwan. Today, as he couldn't wait to check on the fish fences, he found that there were a lot of aquatic organisms inside. There were piranhas with giant heads, but there was more, creatures that they had never seen in the past. Langar was so excited that he immediately checked on every fish fence along the river. Later, he called on some patrolling warriors to help him slaughter the few fishes that almost got away from the fish fences, and they decided to leave the others' fishes in the fish fences as they were. Because he had been excited for quite a long time, all his attention was fixed on the things in the trap. Only then did Langar think about Shashwan, so he quickly ran to Shashwan's place to call him over. Last night, the water rose again, and the river became as quiet as before, as if the abyss of 2 days before was just a dream. When Shashwan finally came to the riverside, there were already a lot of people surrounding the fish fences. Some of them were patrolling warriors, and some of them were just residents in the mountain foot area. Kids from the orphan cave also came by to see the wonder. People all had curiosity, and they liked to watch the hustle and bustle as well. In the meantime, people realized that many good things could be captured once they build something similar in the right time of the year. When Shashwan came by, he noticed a 1-meter-long mussel, pried open already, and left on the ground. I came across that thing in the morning, almost let it get away. Luckily, it was not fast. Langa chuckled. That thing had real tight shells, and I went through a lot of trouble to open it up. Langa pushed away those people standing in front of them, and pointed at one fish fence while explaining to Shashwan excitedly, "Look, Ajuan, there are so many creatures inside. Some of them have never been seen before." Being a hunter with over 10 years of hunting experience, naturally, Langa, like the other warriors, was very interested in newly found catch, and he had dissected many of them in the morning himself. Shashwan jumped up to the top of a stone pillar and glanced inside. There were creatures in every fish fence, and most of them were piranhas. They were all brought by the giant waves. Langa had no interest for those giant-headed piranhas, and he only kept 2 of them as a gesture. After talking with Shashwan, he decided to distribute all the remaining piranhas to the kids and other residents in the Mountain Foot District. Langa was in no lack of such food after all, and he did not care for the meat with low energy value. Shashwan was in the same situation. Langa used the long spears to poke out the piranhas inside the fish fence. For every stab, he would pull out one piranha and toss it to the other side. All the onlookers had merely come to check if those big-headed fish had returned. If they did, people could finally prepare to do the fishing for the coming days. Unexpectedly, they had gained some food for just coming here. Seeing that Langa was pulling those piranhas out, they all came forward to collect them. There was no water in the fish fences, and many of the fish had died due to struggle. The blood that Langa caused when forking those fish out made the fish combat even more fierce. Shashwan saw a lot of fish of various shapes. Some had long and narrow eyes, some had flat bodies like the manta rays, and some were like puffer fish, which could stuff themselves with air and push all the other fishes to the corners. Shashwan even saw shrimps and crabs in the fish fence. However, they were not the same shrimps and crabs as those in Shashwan's previous life. Compared with the other fishes, they were not so large. Indeed, if there were larger shrimps and crabs, they would not have been trapped by this simple fish fence. Even if they came here last night, they wouldn't even have seen their shadows. "How's this one? I think it's edible." "Hey, this one is nice. Looks ferocious. We can play with it even if it's not edible." "Check on that fish. It changes color once you poke at it." People were chatting in the surroundings. Shashwan was observing while he heard Langa shout from the other fish fence, "I think I have seen that while hunting." But not totally the same. Shashwan looked at where he pointed, and suddenly he laughed once he saw the thing that Langa was pointing at. Oh, my goodness, there was a turtle. Specifically, it looked more like a crocodile turtle. When Shashwan was looking at it, it was biting the tail of a big piranha and directly tore a slice of meat off. "I'll keep that one and cook it in my cabin." Shashwan pointed at the crocodile turtle with his long spear and said to Lang Georgia, "Okay, then it's yours." Langa was thrilled with today's harvest, and he could not care less about this thing that he had seen in the past. In fact, he was now paying no attention to whether the things he caught were edible or how much energy they contained. He felt that it was a very glorious thing to be surrounded by people like that. It was a sense of accomplishment, as if he were walking on the path of glory again. "Check on that. I can not only set ground traps, I can set traps to catch fish as well." Langa was acting as a commander there, and many residents in the Mountain Foot District were surrounding him, learning from him. Langa stood on the stone pillar of the fish fence, and he had been talking ever since he got there. Shashwan looked around, and he chose not to steal Langa's spotlight. Although he and Langa were the joint owners of the catch, all he wanted to see was what else there was in the river besides those piranhas. Aside from that crocodile turtle and a few fish in the fish fence, he left all the other things at Langa's disposal. Shashwan squeezed out from the crowd and walked along the riverside. In the little woods near the river, many branches were broken. Maybe that was caused by last night. When the water rose, clearly there would be big tides. There were obvious marks that indicated that the bank had been washed, and the things in the fish fences were brought back by the tides. There were no broken branches in the water, and there were no floating things on the river. Shashwan walked into the woods. He broke off a branch and tossed it into the river. The branch floated on the surface and drifted along the tides. But after only a few breaths' time, the branch sank, and a series of bubbles came up. Those wood-eating worms had returned as well. During the rainy season, perhaps those worms had swum downstream together with the river monsters, or perhaps, like those long-tailed frogs, they had their own places to go to. But after the full moon, they had returned with the water. If his speculation was right, Shashwan believed that maybe a boat could float in the river safely from the end of the rainy season to the full moon. In the middle of that period, the river seemed very rough, but only those piranhas were active. There was a saying that the monkey reigns in the mountains when the tiger is absent. It made sense. Without their natural predators, of course those piranhas would stay active all day long, and they would fight each other over slight traces of blood. Shashwan could not confirm whether the truth was the same as his speculation. It was a shame that this phenomenon only happened once a year. He had to wait until the next rainy season to confirm his theory. When he got back to the cabin, Shashwan carefully recorded today's observation and his speculation in his secret notebook. After he was done, he carefully rolled the animal skin roll, and tied it with a leather rope, before placing it into a stone box. He sealed it, and put the stone box under his bed. There were a lot of things recorded in that animal skin roll. For now, Shashwan could not let the others in the tribe learn about it, for the information inside would probably cause a panic, as well as some unnecessary troubles. Now, since Shashwan's strength was limited, he could not bear the consequences. So, there was no other option but to keep it well hidden. Hopefully, it will be useful someday in the future. Shashwan whispered to himself. Is their tribe the only tribe in this world? Now, everyone in the tribe, together with their ancestors, had only had connections with the other people in this tribe for their whole lives. From birth to death, no one had ever encountered any outsider. When they talked about the other tribes, it was like when people were talking about aliens in Shashwan's previous life. It was too remote, and aliens only existed in legends instead of in real life. Where were the others? Were they any other people besides them? Shashwan could see something from the pictures on the stone room's walls. But, how could he get out from this tribe and meet someone from other tribes? Perhaps he had to travel through that dangerous forest to go further. Or perhaps, all he needed to do was to travel across the river. Chapter 95, Intention. When everything in the tribe went back to normal, Shashwan's life resumed its old pattern. He would go out on hunting trips every 20 or 30 days, then return to the tribe, and do stone crafting, learn about setting traps from Oldk, and train with Caesar and Chaka. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed by. During that time, Shashwan extended out his cabin. Under the guidance of Oldk, he even integrated stone materials into his cabin, and turned his little shelter into a woodstone house. It was tougher than before. In the aspect of architecture, he indeed wasn't as talented as Oldk and the others. So, all he could do was to build the house following Oldk's guidance. The newly built wooden stone house was one time larger than Oldk's place, and even had space for a separate stone crafting workshop. Oldk's equipment had already been moved into that room. When Shashwan was doing the stone crafting, Oldk would just sleep in the next room. He didn't mind the noise, and would always come to teach Shashwan a thing or two when he woke up. When Shashwan went out hunting, Oldk would constantly sit beside the window to bathe under the sun when he wasn't doing stone crafting or training Caesar and Chaka. Every time J stopped by, he would sigh with satisfaction, seeing that Oldk was enjoying his life like that. Just over a year ago, who would have expected Oldk to have such changes in his life? Chaka was growing fast. It had been almost half a year since it hatched. Caesar's den was built somewhere near the main door so he would be able to learn about the outside situation once there was movement. Shashwan was completely keeping him as a dog. However, Chaka had his nest built on the roof. Shashwan made it especially for Chaka. With Chaka's presence, no night swallow would ever dare to get close to the house. Sometimes, a few night swallows' bodies would be found in the morning besides Chaka's nest. He had no intention of eating them. When he pecked them to pieces, he would take the remains to the river and drop them into the river for all those big-head piranhas to fight over the remains. He wasn't only fierce, but also had creepy hobbies. Shashwan had always assumed that it would require help from a third party for the little bird to learn how to fly. For instance, someone might need to push the bird down from some edges. However, the truth was, Shashwan didn't need to worry about that at all. Chaka wasn't a good boy since its first day, and he became even naughtier as time went by. He often jumped down from the stone desk, and before Shashwan noticed it, Chaka learned how to fly, and he could fly decent enough. From morning till night, he would mess with Caesar by constantly pecking him. When Caesar was about to get serious, Chaka would immediately fly high up, so that Caesar wouldn't be able to do anything except let out his anger on the ground. One time, when Shashwan got back from a hunting mission, he was summoned by the shaman. At the mountaintop, when he took Chaka to the shaman, he encountered Copw, who was speaking with the shaman about some matters. Copw said that Chaka might be the relative of a bird called giant mountain eagle. He might even be a close relative of that eagle, but not as large as that. Even so, Chaka was still one of the predators, and compared with the other kinds of birds, he was big in size. The first idea that Shashwan had when he learned about that was, well, no wonder he had such a fucking big appetite. The little bastard could eat a lot while he was still a baby bird. Also, he was very picky. Now, as time went by, it grew larger and larger, and could now fly on his own. But most of the times, he would get food from Shashwan, and would occasionally hunt for snacks, because Shashwan wouldn't allow him to fly too far. As for the exact look of the giant mountain eagle, Shashwan had no idea, for he had never seen it before. Most people in the tribe had never seen it, but it was said that in a place far away, there was an eagle mountain, and the giant mountain eagle lived there. With no confirmation on Chaka's species, Shashwan could only speculate his character based on the living habits and characters of giant mountain eagle. If he really was a close relative as Copw had said, then they must have something in common. The giant mountain eagle was famous for its cold-blood cruelty, and they would fight each other even if they were blood-related. When there was an inner fight, they wouldn't have a death fight. But for those non-related birds or animals, they would definitely aim for their lives. Even when they won, they would chase their competition to death in the end. Based on Shashwan's observation, Chaka was developing the same character as the giant mountain eagle. Luckily, he was tamed and trained since childhood, so his temperament was not so aggressive. "Have you found good stone cores, again?" Oldk stood by the window, and he noticed Shashwan carrying back 2 giant stones from the training ground. "Yep, I think they are good enough to make a few spearheads, and the remaining stone flakes can be made into stone needles for setting traps later." Shashwan put the 2 stones into his workshop, and he heard the voice of a bird from outside when he finished drinking his water. He went out the door, and stared at the bird circling above his head. He waved to the bird, and clearly, the bird received the signal, for he chirped in the sky and flew away. "Chaka went out to play again?" asked Oldk. "Yeah, luckily, he knows not to fly too far away, and he would return home when it's time." Shashwan came back home and sat down. He's still young. When going out of the tribe, there are a lot of ferocious birds in the sky. Chaka is still no rival for them. Oldk was a little concerned. "Don't worry, he's smart enough," said Shashwan. He was not lying. Chaka indeed was full of wicked ideas. He was much smarter than Caesar, and rarely would he be bullied. Seeing that Caesar was following Shashwan from the training ground, Oldk asked after a long silence, "Do you plan to take Caesar out onto the hunting field, since you have trained him so much?" Shashwan nodded. "I intend to take him out for hunting next year." "Do you mean that?" Oldk was still worried. Although he had seen Caesar being trained by Shashwan during this year, and Caesar obviously had learned how to cooperate with Shashwan, the real hunting field was filled with danger. There were too many unpredictable factors, and any slight mistake could cause an irreversible effect. "It's only an intention of mine. I've heard from Uncle Mai that we might be hunting some rare prey next year, so I made the proposal to him. He said that he would think about it. But when the time comes, Caesar would need to make a performance in front of the other warriors. In fact, Mike could totally decide on the affairs in the hunting group, and the others wouldn't disobey him even if they had different opinions. However, Shashwan would like the others to fully understand Caesar's capacity. It would be such a pity to waste good help. Shashwan knew that there were some rare prey that would be difficult to track down, given that he had been participating in quite a few hunting missions. But with Caesar and his sharp sense of smell, the situation would become much easier. Now, Caesar was doing very well in the aspect of speed. As for reacting, fighting and adapting, Shashwan and Caesar were still working on that. Caesar was almost the same size as the wolves in the forest, but he lacked the bloodlust. No one in the tribe was afraid of Caesar now. Since Shashwan made the decision, Oldk wasn't planning to disturb him. If he still needs more training, you may have more time to train him during the winter when the hunting period ends. Well, winter. Shashwan looked at the few normal-looking leaves that were left on the wooden shelf. I'm afraid that this winter won't be relaxing. He wanted to learn something about herbs from the shaman, and he had mentioned about this idea when he was summoned by the shaman. Since he had no idea whether it was a proper request to make, he tentatively raised the topic once in a euphemistic way. To his surprise, the shaman agreed. Many warriors in the advance group knew a thing or two about the usage of herbs, but none of them had any clear understanding of it. The others in the tribe had never brought up similar requests. Perhaps they thought that all they had to do was to trust the shaman with his ideas, and they would ask for the shaman's help when necessary, so they did not have to spend their own time on learning it. Or perhaps, they thought that only the shaman was capable of learning something as advanced as that, and the others couldn't. In fact, the shaman was quite delighted when Shashwan brought up that he wanted to learn herbalism from him. However, normally, Shashwan's time was very limited. So, the shaman asked him to come to the mountaintop in the winter, when there were no hunting missions. That's why Shashwan said that he would be busy in this coming winter. Chapter 96, A Present for the Shaman. With the end of the last hunting mission, it grew colder and colder as time went by. Shashwan walked down from the mountaintop as he was dragging home the prey he hunted down during the last hunting trip. The weather was colder than before, and winter was about 30 days away. He stored some of the food in the mountaintop storage cave, and brought down the remainder. The other hunting team was preparing for their last hunting mission. They had to hurry up, because by the time they returned, it would officially be winter. Oldk was meeting a friend in the mountainside district, and Caesar was waiting for him there as he would be Oldk's ride for going back home. As for Chaka, Shashwan saw him flying through the sky on his way back to the tribe. However, hadn't seen him since the end of sword cleansing ritual. When stepping through the door, Shashwan noticed a falcon lying on the stone table. The eagle's head was at the edge of the table as it remained still. Shashwan became stunned for a moment, because he thought that the eagle's neck had been broken by someone. However, that thing immediately got up and jumped down from the table, as if it knew Shashwan came back. When flapping his wings, he knocked down quite a few wooden chairs around him. Chaka had grown up, but he kept his old habits from his childhood. For example, lying on the edge of the stone desk, whilst throwing down everything else on the surface by flapping his wings. He got lectured by Shashwan a lot of times, but old habits were still old habits. Shashwan looked at the approaching eagle, and tossed him a slice of meat. Eat it outside. Even though his cabin had been enlarged, there was still insufficient room for Chaka to flap his wings. After Chaka left the cabin with the meat, Shashwan intended to process the remainder by pickling it. However, he checked the stone crock in the kitchen, and realized that it was already full. Shashwan had made a separate space in the kitchen with a wooden plank. In the space laid a simple stone stove, and it was more convenient than setting up a stone pot every time. Shashwan recalled that there was an empty stone crock in the corner, so he walked towards it and checked. It was an old stone crock brought by Oldk, but it had aged a lot, and there was a crack on the opening part. Not much water could be contained within it, so it was only placed here temporarily, for later use. There was a wooden cover on the stone crock. A layer of dust was on the cover, since no one had touched it in a long time. Shashwan opened the wooden cover and looked inside, only to find a wash basin-sized thing staying quietly inside. It also had many jagged ridges on its back. The water inside the stone crock merely covered its back. Shashwan realized what had happened only after he saw it. This turtle was trapped in the fish fence on a night after the two moons overlapped and the water level rose. Shashwan asked Lenga to leave him with that, for he wanted to make a pot of stew with it. However, later on, when Lenga came to deliver it, Shashwan directly tossed it into the old stone crock in Old's place. After that, because of series of events, such as hunting, enlarging the cabin, and moving, it was left here, totally ignored. Shashwan forgot about its existence and Old did the same. So, it was left here until today. When you counted properly, you'll find that almost half a year had passed. The turtle remained in the stone crock, and it was still alive. Perhaps it almost starved to death, as it had no spirit at all. When Shashwan poked it twice with the wooden stick, it merely moved its body. Should I cook it today? Shashwan thought, as he was hesitating whether to cook it today, or keep it for another few days. Old returned with Caesar. When Old came in, Shashwan asked, should we eat it today, or in a few days? What do you say? What? It is still in there? Old was very surprised. When Lenga delivered this turtle here, Shashwan said nothing about making it into a pot of stew. Moreover, with the experience of keeping Caesar and Chaka, Old naturally assumed that Shashwan took this thing back to keep it as a pet. After all, he had a history of keeping food as pets. It wouldn't have been a surprise if he wanted to keep this one as well. After putting it into the stone crock, Old would refill the water every 3 or 5 days, and when he thought of it, he would toss some meat chunks into it. Old thought that Shashwan would take care of it, but unexpectedly, Shashwan had already forgotten about it a long time ago. Later, when Shashwan's cabin was enlarged, Old came and asked about the turtle again. Back then, he learned that Shashwan had no intention of keeping it as a pet, but to store it as meal. So, he stopped feeding it since then. There was a differences between food and pets. In the past, pets and food were the same thing in Old's mind. Then, he got to spend time with Caesar and Chaka, and he gradually became attached to them. Caesar carried him everywhere, so of course he wouldn't let him starve. However, food was a different thing. In the minds of the people in the tribe, why would anyone waste food by feeding their meal? It was left behind, until now. Yeah, I remembered. It was trapped by the fish fence along the river, on the following night after the overlapping of the moons, when the water level rose. I told Lenga to let me have it, so that I can stew it. But I forgot to cook it because I became busy after. Shashwan explained. I'm surprised that it's still alive. I've stopped feeding it for quite some time. Old sighed. After all, they were in no lack of food. Since the other stone crocks in the front were still full, no one would ever pay attention to the old stone crock in the corner. This creature had a habit of constant starvation. It can live long and well, Shashwan said, and tossed a piece of fresh meat into the stone crock. The turtle was usually timid, but it immediately bit into the meat. When its hooked mouth bit the meat, it pierced through the meat and becked the stone crock because it used too much strength, creating a loud bang. Shashwan checked on the inner wall of the stone crock, and found that there were a bunch of scratches and bite marks all over its surface. If the stone crock didn't have thick walls, perhaps it would have long been becked through. Perhaps it contributed to the opening crack as well. Or, should we eat it today? Shashwan turned to Old and asked, but he found that Old was staring at the turtle and was thinking about something. Shashwan, Old said with his eyes fixed on the turtle in the stone crock. Yes. Aren't you going to learn from the shaman during this winter? Asked Old. That's the plan. The shaman agreed too, said Shashwan. You can present it to the shaman. Old pointed at the return back to life turtle as it had been fed earlier. Present it to the shaman? The shaman was in no lack of food, then why would he care for that turtle? However, soon enough, Shashwan realized the true meaning of Old's words. He was thinking that this turtle had good values, for it represented longevity and immortality as Shashwan just said before. Shashwan didn't know what turtles represented in this world, but in his past life, Many people did regard turtles as the symbol of immortal life, let alone that this turtle indeed had a tenacious vitality. It had been placed in the crock for such a long time that it no longer had the strength to back on the walls, or he would have escaped already from the stone crock. Shashwan recalled his memories when they first captured the turtle. Langa had tortured his prey in the fish fence for some time, and then brought the turtle to Shashwan. It had then been starved for nearly half a year. If you do the calculations, you'll find that it literally didn't have much to eat. However, the turtle survived, which convinced Oldk that Shashwan wasn't wrong when he said that the turtle represented longevity and immortality. People in the tribe always felt that they should present the things which symbolized good things to highly respected individuals, and of course, Oldk held the same attitude. Since Shashwan would be learning from the shaman, Oldk regarded it as an honor. So, it made total sense to present the shaman with a turtle that represented immortal life. Seeing that Oldk was persistent, Shashwan didn't try to eat it anymore. After all, they were in no lack of food. Okay, then I'll give it to the shaman when I go to the mountaintop next time, said Shashwan. Oldk smiled at Shashwan's word. We should keep it properly until then. Oldk thought that anything that would be presented to the shaman must be in its best condition, as it was a gesture of their good faith. So, after about 10 days of a well-provided life, Shashwan grasped the turtle's back, and carried it to the mountaintop, with its stomach facing the sky. On the mountaintop, the shaman was sitting in the stone room, recording something on an animal skin roll with a pen made from animal hair. He was a little curious when Shashwan said that he had some food to present. After all, it had been already some days since Shashwan's hunting team came back. What would he have now to present? The shaman placed his pen on the side. He looked at the turtle which was in Shashwan's hand and he was about to say something. But the shaman's old face suddenly twisted a little, as he swallowed the words he was about to say. In the past, when other people in the tribe presented food to the shaman, the food would be meat bulks, which had already been processed, neat and clean. However, Shashwan brought him a whole turtle, an alive one with eagle-hooked mouth, and there were still wood chips at the corners of its mouth. Obviously, the turtle had great destructive power. As it was brought in by Shashwan, a clear murderous look could be seen on its face, as if it was prepared to bite on anything that was in front of its eyes. Chapter 97, That Turtle. So, what are you? The shaman looked at Shashwan, a little speechless, for he did not know what was the right thing to say in this situation. He had not received any living things for many years. It's a present for your honor. Shashwan placed the turtle on the ground at the corner. On second thought, he decided to place it with its back on the ground. So, every time when it tried to turn over, the shaman would just have to spin it back with a finger. I'm dropping it off here, and by the way, when should I come learn herbalism from you? Asked Shashwan. The shaman looked back as his eyes were fixed on the upturned turtle earlier. He thought about it and said, you should came to the mountaintop in 10 days. He had a lot things on his plate recently, for some matters needed to be processed, and he had to draw many pictures on the animal skin roll. But he would be less busy after 10 days. Alright, then I'll come in 10 days. Seeing that the shaman had a lot of blank animal skin rolls on the table, Shashwan knew that the shaman had a lot of things to take care of. He said no more and excused himself after a decent salute. As for the turtle, it won't be able to harm anyone since someone was guarding at the shaman's place. When Shashwan had left, the shaman silently stared at the turtle on the ground which had just turned itself over. The turtle with murderous look was no longer behaving like a savage animal as it was in Shashwan's cabin. Now, it opened its eagle-hooked mouth a little, staring at the shaman with no other move. The shaman kept staring at the turtle for some time, and then called the guard to come inside, to take the turtle to another place. Oldk was waiting for Shashwan. When Shashwan came home that day, Oldk seemed quite nervous. People in the tribe all valued the shaman's attitude a lot, so Oldk wanted to know whether the shaman was satisfied when he received such a unique present from Shashwan. How are things going? Did the shaman like it? Before Shashwan could enter the door, Old asked hastily. The blue veins on his hand became more obvious than before because he was clutching his cane pretty hard out of nervousness. The cane was about to break. Shashwan recalled the shaman's facial expression and then answered, "I think he is satisfied. He asked me to go to him in 10 days. Old was finally relieved hearing Shashwan's words. Since the shaman asked Shashwan to go to the mountaintop, it meant that he had no dissatisfaction towards Shashwan. In fact, Shashwan felt that Old's concerns were not that necessary. Over time, he got to know the shaman's personality deeper than before. Although they did not have many long conversations, Shashwan could feel that the shaman was not someone with an ancient mind, who knew nothing about change and progress. Also, he would not alter his attitude towards people based on the presents they sent him. Since you still have 10 days, you should learn a thing or two about the herbs from the warriors in the other hunting team. Before you go to the mountaintop, the shaman will be delighted if you learn something in advance." Old had planned to go and visit some of his old pals in the hunting team who knew a thing or two about herbs. However, the pals he knew were all in the other hunting team right now, and they had been out for days. By the time they come back, Shashwan would already be at the mountaintop. Normally speaking, the animals and ferocious beasts in the forests had a wave-shaped activeness. When the 2 moons were full moons and overlapped another, it would reach the highest peak. However, after that, there would be less and less animals that were active in the forest. By the end of the year, some animals hid in some places, preparing to hibernate. So, to make sure that they had enough food to survive the winter, the hunting team would go hunting for a longer time when it got near the end of the year. Because of that, the other hunting team might not be able to come back even after 20 days. When Shashwan goes to the mountaintop, he would have to wait for another 3 or 4 days for them to come back. If something unpredictable happened on the road, it might take them longer. Then, I can't help you in herbalism. Old had already forgotten most of the things he knew about herbs. He worried that if he taught Shashwan the wrong thing, Shashwan would be humiliated in front of the shaman. It was the shaman that he was going to face. However, Shashwan had no such nervousness or anxiety as Old, and he behaved just like normal. He did stone crafting, and trained Caesar and Chaka as usual in the training ground. Also, he kept learning and practicing the skills of setting traps. During the season, many trees on the hills around the training ground had fruits on the branches, and many people would go and collect them. Many fruits had a short maturation period. One day before, it was only a peanut-sized green fruit, and the second day, it would grow into an apple-sized colorful fruit. If you did not pick it, it would rot the next day. So, many people would go to the training ground just to collect the fruits. Most of them were residents from the Mountain Foot district. After all, they had a relatively short storage of food, so it was always better to have more food prepared before winter comes. Finally, the day came when Shashwan ought to go to the mountaintop. Before he set off, Old urged him again and again to not upset the shaman, and be careful during the learning process. It was such a great honor to learn from the shaman, so never to be careless. Regardless of his true feelings at heart, Shashwan nodded seriously. "You just rest assured." Old became totally speechless. He was about to feel relieved, but at that sentence, his heart was in turmoil again. Looking at Shashwan's back as he headed up to the mountaintop, Old was extremely worried. Shashwan did not take Caesar with him, but Chaka followed him all the way to the mountaintop. When he arrived in front of the door of the stone house that the shaman used for meeting with other people, Shashwan saw the 2 guards staring at the sky. Naturally, the 2 guarding warriors knew that eagle hovering in the sky, after all, it was taken to the shaman and blessed by him since infancy. No one dared to harm him. Shashwan made a gesture to the sky, and Chaka let out a cry before flying down home. It was not the 2 guarding warriors' first time seeing Shashwan do that, but every time they saw it, they would feel sincerely surprised and admire it. They had never thought about keeping a ferocious bird from the forest and making it behave like that. Because of that, they had a much gentler attitude towards Shashwan than they had towards most of people living below. They would even smile when they saw Shashwan coming. Aside from the first few times, Shashwan now did not have to show his patterned palette before he could be allowed to enter the house. No one would stop him from going inside now. The shaman was still sorting out the animal skin rolls. Shashwan glimpsed at them, but he could not recognize them. There seemed to be pictures on them, but the figures were too abstract. They were much simpler than the pictures on the animal skin rolls, and the pictures on the stone wall in the orphan cave. They looked more like symbols. Each one of the pictures only had 1 or 2 strokes. However, the shaman was painting real slow, as if it took him a lot of strength to complete even 1 stroke. Shashwan did not disturb the shaman, and he sat beside him upon arriving. After about 5 minutes, the shaman finally dropped the pen and took a long breath. He looked at Shashwan with a light smile. I've talked with Guizi. You should go to the medicine house directly, and she will inform you what to do next. Shashwan had no idea who this Guizi was called, and he assumed that she was one of the shaman's apprentices. Under the current situation, the shaman did not seem to be able to leave the stone house. The picture was only 1/3 complete, and quitting halfway was not a good option. Shashwan understood that the shaman was in the middle of his things. Okay, then I'll go there, said Shashwan. The medicine house was the special place to mix the herbs. There were many houses built near the mountaintop, and 4 of the houses were on the top. They were the house that the shaman used for meetings, the house that the chief used for meetings, the house that served as the general office of the tribal leaders, and the medicine house. These 4 stone houses were separated in 4 directions, and if you connected the opposite stone houses, you would draw a cross. It was said that the 4 houses were connected with the fire pit, and they were warm even during winter times. As for how they were connected with the fire pit, it was a secret between the shaman and the flame. Normally, aside from severely sick people and the badly wounded warriors, no one would ever go close to the medicine house. Shashwan only knew the exact location of the medicine house, but he had never entered it. There was someone guarding in front of the medicine house. When Shashwan handed him his patterned palette, the man let him in. Obviously, he was told to do so by the shaman. You could smell the scent of medicine from far away, and the smell grew stronger when you approached. Shashwan walked inside as he lifted the animal skin curtain. There was a square giant stone table in the middle of the house. A young girl was busy sorting different kinds of herbs in front of the table. The sleeves of that animal skin top that she was wearing were just over her elbows, and the animal skin pants also did not reach her ankles. She was barefoot, walking on the uneven but carefully hardened soil ground, placing different kinds of herbs in the right locations along the stone table. Behind her, a turtle that Shashwan was particularly familiar with was following her steps slowly. When she made a step forward, the turtle would do the exact same thing. Let me stop you right there. Take off those pink glasses. There is no romance here. Also, I said it before, but that turtle is cute. Chapter 98. The pictures in the animal skin rolls. Shashwan placed the animal skin curtain down and greeted her. Hi, my name is Ajwan, and I'm here to learn from the shaman. The person dealing with the herbs on that stone plate looked up at Shashwan and then smiled. My name is Guizi. Although she was smiling, Shashwan didn't feel much kindness or welcoming from the smile, but she didn't seem to have any malice either. Just like the shaman, she smiled at everyone in a gentle way, but only for appearances. Well, the shaman had an excellent apprentice. They had the exact type of smile. Compared with other warriors whose totem power had awakened, Guizi was relatively slender. After all, no matter boys or girls, anyone who had awakened their totem power would have a stronger physique. Therefore they would look stronger in terms of appearance. It was warmer inside. Just like everyone in the tribe said that this medicine house was connected with the fire pit. Shashwan didn't know how the heat got transported to here, for there was nothing spectacular or suspicious in the room. Shashwan walked towards the stone table and asked, "What should I do first?" Guizi dropped the stone plate that she had in her hand and thought for a moment. "You can just stand there and watch what I do." Sure. Shashwan had no problem with that. He needed to watch and learn first, for he had no idea how to process these herbs. All the plants were totally alien to Shashwan, but just as what Shashwan had learned about herbs during his last life, Most of the medical plants needed to be selected and processed before they could be used on people. One plant might have different effects on different parts. Some parts of it might save people's lives, while the other parts might make things worse, or even take people's lives. However, now all Shashwan knew about herbs was the basic usage of the common seen plants and herbs that he had encountered during his hunting trips with the team. When he was a part of the advance group, he learned a thing or two about picking up rare plants. For example, when the proper time was to pull out a plant, what kind of plants had their valuable parts above the ground, what kind of plants needed to be pulled up as a whole, and what kind of plants could only be collected when they blossomed. As for now, the first thing that Shashwan should know about was how to select them out, and when the herbs should be delivered to the medicine house. Guizi was doing that right now, and she was half done. After all, it had been over 20 days since the last hunting team returned. The short preservation life plants had long been processed, and the plants with long preservation life would be processed in the end. Shashwan walked closer and stood by Guizi's side, so that he might have a clearer look at how she processed the plants during each step. The turtle approached Shashwan in silence, and suddenly, it bit on Xiao Zhuan's leg. Shashwan's eyes were fixed on Guizi's moves on processing the plants, and he did not care for the turtle beside him. However, his hand quickly moved, and pulled out his stone knife. Without hesitation, he stabbed towards its eagle-hooked mouth with the back of the stone knife. Bah! The turtle got struck, but it waved its head, and still looked at Shashwan in an unfriendly way. Perhaps it still held a grudge, and it remembered how it was treated by Shashwan. However, to Shashwan's surprise, that turtle did not try to bite him again, which was totally different from his behavior back down the mountain in that old broken stone crock. Back then, it would fight till the last minute when it had an object. Shashwan was a little confused. The turtle was a biter. But why was it come in here? Because of the shaman? How peculiar. No matter what, it saved Shashwan a lot of trouble, since that turtle was not obsessed with biting people. Now it was almost winter time, and the temperature dropped as well. In Shashwan's previous world, the standard turtles would eat less and become lazier than ever. However, that odd-looking turtle with an even more bizarre character had totally upturned Shashwan's original understanding of nature. It looked pretty vigorous, and was much more vivid than when it was left in the stone crock, trying hard to survive. Although it wasn't moving fast, the steps it made were very energetic. Some rare plants brought by the hunting teams could be eaten raw. When they are delivered in here, they would normally have impurities attached, such as mud and dirt. Guizi would also explain the basic knowledge to Shashwan as she was processing the herbs on the stone plate. Regarding the newly brought plants and herbs, some of them had high water content aside from the impurities such as mud and dirt. If not processed in time, they would go bad. Sometimes, they became moldy like normal food, and sometimes they would have special changes. So, whenever the advance group returned, they would deliver the plants here as soon as possible. Someone in the medicine house would quickly process the ones that were the quickest to go bad. When you roughly clean and wash the newly brought plants, and then sort them out based on different species, you need to know that some of their non-medical parts must be removed. For example, this is the palpus fruit, and you have to remove its outer layer. The outer layer may cause diarrhea. People in the tribe were pretty strong, especially the totem warriors. If the palpus fruit could cause diarrhea to residents in the tribe, and even totem warriors couldn't survive, then it was very much toxic. Shashwan saw Guizi skillfully slice off the outer layer of the palpus fruit with a sharp stone knife. She peeled off the layer with the beard-like long hairs, without harming any of the translucent jelly-like flesh. Obviously, Guizi was very practiced in processing it. Shashwan wanted to ask how to deal with the peeled toxic layer after it had been processed. But before he could open his mouth, he saw Guizi toss the peeled toxic layer towards the turtle's open mouth, as it was already waiting with its mouth open. Shashwan was speechless. What the fuck? Wasn't that supposed to be toxic? One of them was tossing naturally, and the other was eating as if it was supposed to do so. Shashwan was totally stunned at the scene. The shaman left this turtle in the medicine house so that the turtle could serve as a lab rat, or as a garbage disposal bin? Guizi did not realize Shashwan's astonishment, because she wanted to demonstrate different kinds of procedures, so she did not continue to process the same thing. Instead, she walked towards another stone plate, and held up a plant which already seemed to be dried. She continued, "Not all plants need to be peeled. For example, this one needs to have its stem and stalk removed, for those parts might numb people's hands and feet." Shashwan saw her rapidly remove the stem and stalk, and then, again, tossed the waste parts into the turtle's mouth. Shashwan, seeing the turtle's chewing mouth, Shashwan said to himself, "Severe diarrhea? Numb hands and feet?" All those toxic parts went strictly into the turtle's belly. Moreover, the turtle seemed just fine. "Why did you feed it with all those toxic parts?" asked Shashwan. He sent the turtle to the shaman, assuming that the shaman would ask someone to stew it for supper. Unexpectedly, it was delivered to the medicine house, and behaved just like a pet. The thing that surprised Shashwan the most was that Guizi really cut off the toxic parts of plants and fed them to this turtle, and the turtle ate them all happily. The shaman said that I can try feeding it with that. Guizi did not feel anything wrong. Since the shaman had said it, the thing must be right, and all she needed to do was to follow the shaman's command. It was indeed the undying creature. Now Shashwan had a deeper understanding of this exotic specimen. He followed Guizi, taking a tour around the stone table, and watched her process different kinds of plants at the table preliminarily. After that, Guizi continued on her work. After watching for some time, Shashwan asked when Guizi was not that busy, "Are there any kind of documents, like animal skin rolls, that I could read?" After all, the plants and herbs were precious things brought back by the advance group, so they could not be processed by someone as novice as Shashwan, even if the processing procedures were simple, only if the shaman gave his agreement. Guizi could not decide for the shaman, so Shashwan could not lend her a hand even if he wanted to. Guizi thought about it, and she agreed with Shashwan's idea. Back when she started learning, she learned from the pictures and records on the animal skin rolls to know the basic knowledge of plants. Only after that, did she learn directly from the shaman. However, she did have a better environment of learning, for someone walked her through all the animal skin rolls. Indeed, she would like to help Shashwan with the reading, but unfortunately, she still had a lot of plants that required immediate process. Guizi said as she pointed at the animal skin rolls laid on a small stone desk in the corner, "They are all over there, and you can read them first. Then I'll get started. You should go back to your work. I'll ask you for help if there's something difficult to understand." Shashwan came in front of the stone desk, and he found that most of the animal skin rolls seemed to be very old, while at the end there were some relatively new. They should have been made in this year. Shashwan took an old animal skin roll and opened it. There were plants with their pictures and simple demonstrations. The note was not very detailed, so were the pictures. How to identify different kinds. In the views of outsiders, when you looked at those paintings, you would feel that 4 out of 10 kinds looked similar. They were nothing but leaves, roots, grass and seeds. All the same, the pictures were in one color, and they were painted quite roughly. And the notes were not detailed either. Without the real fruit to look at, and no one to explain, one could only have limited understanding of those plants on the animal skin roll. Shashwan read a few old animal skin rolls continuously, and knew that they were in the same style. After confirming that, Shashwan looked at a relatively new one. That animal skin roll was in much better quality than the others. However, Shashwan became totally stunned when he opened the animal skin roll and had a look at its content. If you said that the earlier pictures on the animal skin rolls were painted roughly, then the pictures on this one should be called crude doodles. Just like the symbols that the shaman was painting, no one could ever understand what these pictures were about. Staring at one of the ink masses on the animal skin roll, Shashwan suspected, perhaps, it was a drop of pigment dropped by the shaman while he was doing the painting. However, unexpectedly, in the next second, Shashwan felt like that he was seeing some round brown fruit gradually revealing itself from the picture. Chapter 99, The Shaman Volumes. Shashwan was stunned, so he moved away his sight and looked elsewhere. Moments later, he looked at the animal skin roll again, and looked at those symbols. However, when he stared at that ink mass for some time, the brown fruit revealed itself again, very sharp and clear, just like a regular fruit. It presented in front of him. He could see all the details, such as the folds of the pericarp. What was all that? In the past, Shashwan would only have those phantom visions when he was in a dangerous situation or on special occasions. But now, it was neither dangerous, nor was there a special scene like the Green Thief's night march. He was merely standing in the medicine house. If the location was the cause of his phantom vision, then why did it take him so long to cause visions? The animal skin roll was abnormal. Shashwan stopped looking at that ink mass that he had been staring at, but changed to another picture. Soon, Shashwan realized that other pictures were similar as the first ink mass. When he kept staring at them for some time, the real object would gradually emerge from the symbolic paintings, sharp and clear. Shashwan saw many medical plants and herbs in this animal skin roll, including the wind ball and green thief that the advance group brought back while he was a member of them. Besides them, there were some other odd-looking herbs. The thing that surprised Shashwan the most was the accuracy of the pictures. For example, the wind ball and the green thief were captured with a trap. Unavoidably, there were some remaining traces, caused by the ropes. Shashwan personally set the traps and caught these two sneaky plants. Of course he could recognize them at first sight. The pictures in the animal skin roll had those exact two things. The traces and marks on their bodies were exactly the same as in Shashwan's memory. It was truly a real object representation. He moved on to other pictures. There were not only plants, but also animals on the animal skin roll. In fact, the first half of the animal skin roll had pictures of plants, while the latter half of the animal skin roll had pictures of animals. However, no matter which kind it was, there were only simple symbolic paintings without description of how these creatures were obtained or processed. When he went through the animal medicines part, Shashwan could only see the final products, without understanding how they were processed, or what part of the animal's body they were from. The comments on their sides were very simple, so it was impossible for Shashwan to have a better understanding of them. Shashwan opened and read some other animal skin rolls on the stone desk. However, aside from the one that he was holding in his hand, the other animal skin rolls were all very plain. Obviously, the painters of the other animal skin rolls tried very hard to describe the details of the objects. However, due to limited painting skills, Shashwan could not see the exact image of the real fruit. It was far more different than the real object representation. Shashwan recalled the time earlier, when he was inside the shaman's stone house. He saw the shaman painting. At first sight, Shashwan assumed them to be simple symbols. However, it took the shaman quite a lot of strength to make every stroke. Now, combined with the knowledge from the animal skin roll in his hand, Shashwan had a speculation in his mind. He waited until Guizi had finished processing the herbs in one stone plate, and then come to her with the special animal skin roll. Is this one made by the shaman himself? Guizi looked aside and saw Shashwan with the animal skin roll in his hand. Earlier she was quite calm, but immediately she became very nervous. She walked towards Shashwan quickly, and had a close look at the animal skin roll before she said anything. Guizi was relieved when she saw that animal skin roll remained unscratched. She wanted to take over the animal skin roll and place it back where it was, to prevent any damage to it. However, on second thought, she remembered that it was the shaman who told Shashwan to come and learn. So, she hesitated, and then finally withdrew her hand. It is indeed written by the shaman himself, and it was made only this year. You should be extra careful when reading that. Do not damage it in any way. Guizi stared at the animal skin roll in Shashwan's hand, and said in a serious tone, "The shaman would read it every time he comes. He will be angry if he sees it damaged." Naturally, Shashwan understood in his heart how much people in the tribe valued the shaman. Shashwan answered as he nodded, I get it, and I will be very careful with it. You just rest assured. Cough. By the way, have you read it as well? Shashwan lifted the animal skin roll in his hand and asked. Guizi smiled at that question, and she answered with pure admiration in her eyes, this is written by the shaman, so only he could read its content. Whoever else would only see chaos and mass. She assumed that Shashwan was like her, and that he would not understand a thing from the animal skin roll either. When she entered the medicine house for the first time, she had seen similar animal skin rolls. However, it was said that these kinds of animal skin roll belonged to the shaman, and the shaman only. They were totally different from the normal ones. They are called the shaman volumes, so only the shaman could understand their content. You won't understand it, just change to another animal skin roll. When Guizi finished explaining, she went back to the big stone table to process different plants. There were still a few stone plates full of herbs that required to be processed soon. Moreover, the other hunting team was about to come back, so she needed to accelerate her process. She did not have much time to talk with Shashwan. When Guizi went back to her work, Shashwan looked down at the animal skin roll he had at hand, and whispered, the shaman volumes. He did not try to explain his situation when Guizi misunderstood him, nor would he ever argue with Guizi that he could indeed read and understand the content of this animal skin roll, and beg her pardon. The shaman volumes? And only the shaman could read them. Who said that? Shashwan shook his head, and grabbed a wooden chair. He sat on the chair and opened the animal skin roll carefully on the stone desk, so that he could continue reading all those paintings on it. Earlier, he roughly went through a few pictures and there were still a lot of other ones. Even when the notes weren't in detail, he could have some understanding of the pictures if he read them for some time. Perhaps he would encounter one or two of them when he went out for hunting missions later. It must be because of the shaman that the animal skin roll got the name of shaman volume. The paintings made by the shaman were completely different from the ones made by the others. When doing the paintings, it was highly likely that the shaman used some special power to combine his consciousness with the ink, so even simple strokes had many secrets contained inside. If any regular person could see the meaning of these symbolic paintings, then why would Ta and the others have animal skin roll with regular paintings? Of course, the paintings given to the hunting group leaders were made especially for normal people, so that they could understand the content. When it was late in the afternoon, Shashwan left the medicine house, for he would not be spending the night in here. Not long after Shashwan had left, the shaman came to the medicine house. Guizi reported the results of her work in the afternoon in a respectful way, and the shaman smiled. Good. You've done a lot lately. One old man and one young lady in the room, sharing the same facial expression. It was just that Guizi seemed more delightful because of the shaman's compliment. After asking things about the herbs, the shaman asked, how was Shashwan behaving today? I taught him the basic picking and processing of the plants, and then he spent the afternoon reading animal skin rolls by the stone desk. Guizi briefed today's things to the shaman and pointed at the stone desk in the corner. He also read your animal skin roll. Just like me in old times, he could not understand, so he was confused. The shaman's face slightly changed for a moment. However, the change was too fast for Guizi to capture. How long had he been reading that animal skin roll? Asked the shaman. Almost half a day. And he even yawned. Guizi kept the latter part of the sentence to herself, for she feared the shaman might be angry about it. The shaman was in silence for some time, and then said slowly, just leave him be. You go on with your tasks. The hunting team is about to come back. Pack 3 packs of herbs first. Yes. The next day, when Shashwan went to the medicine house again, Guizi was still very busy at the big stone table. Shashwan stood by her side and watched for some time. He helped with the moving, and watched some of the primary processing methods of some new plants. After watching Guizi work for some time, he turned to look at other things. He looked around the room, and his eyesight stopped when he noticed that there was another new animal skin roll on the stone desk around the corner. It looked quite similar to the one that he read yesterday, regarding the material and look. Shashwan picked up the new animal skin roll, and opened it. All he saw were indeed simple symbols just like the ones he saw yesterday. However, in this new animal skin roll, there were series of images instead of individual images. In this new shaman volume, there were the whole processing methods of 8 different medicinal plants recorded, from the selection of treatment, to cooking, from drying to storage. There were detailed descriptions on them all. Seeing those images, Shashwan felt that he saw a pair of weathered hands processing and demonstrating all the procedures in front of him. After a series of symbolic pictures, there were also comments in words. When you combined the images with the words, it became very clear and profound. Chapter 100, Do You Want to Be the Shaman? It was not only that day. Every day after that, Shashwan would find a new roll of shaman volumes lying on the stone desk in the corner when he came to the medicine house. The content varied from the basic picking and processing of medicinal plants, to how to lure and capture the animal-based medicine, from how to process the animals, to how to deal with the plants. All of that was recorded on the animal skin rolls of the shaman volumes. Every time when Shashwan read them, he could see a series of real scenes reflected in his eyes. Because the pictures on the new shaman volumes were all connected with each other instead of being individual like before, so when you read them together, you could see real scenes emerging out. Sometimes, Shashwan would even feel as if he himself moving. He could more or less sense its texture, the feel, the strength, etc. The shaman volumes were all very precious. Obviously, the shaman already knew that Shashwan could understand the content, since he brought out all those new ones for Shashwan to read. The shaman. Well, you cannot keep any secrets from him. And the more and more shaman volumes on the stone desk made Shashwan have a clear understanding of the shaman's attitude. One day, when Shashwan was reading a roll of the shaman volumes by the corner, he heard someone running towards the medicine house while shouting, "Guizi, the shaman asked for you." The hunting team has returned. There was a smaller house by the medicine house, which the shaman used to keep the wounded to treat them. Every time when a hunting team returned, they would directly deliver the injured warriors to that smaller house. It was close to the medicine house, so it would save a lot of time to deliver the herbs. The shaman could just get the herbs from the medicine house when he needed anything. Guizi did not hesitate. She stopped what she had been doing and went to the shaman directly. As for Shashwan. He was not allowed to go inside the treatment room. Anyone who had not been allowed could not enter, in case of disturbing the treatment. Shashwan felt a little sorry. He wanted to see how the shaman treated the wounded warriors, but all he could do was to sit in the medicine house and wait, since he was prevented from entering the treatment room. Guizi ran back to the medicine house soon after she left, and she grabbed a few packs of herbs to go. After half a minute, there she was again. The bitter shaken, the 7 forks, the palpus fruit, the heart-piercing stem. Guizi took out some herbs from the stone pots and wooden boxes as she was murmuring the names of the herbs. Seeing that she was in such a hurry, Shashwan guessed that perhaps there were more wounded warriors delivered to the treatment room this time than they expected. The mixed herbs were in a shortage, so Guizi had to make them on the spot, since the packs she made in advance were not enough. Guizi did not need a scale to do the mixing. She could just grab a handful of the herbs, and there would be almost no difference in the dosages of several processed drugs. Shashwan had watched her do that for days. Such skill could not be obtained within a short period. Perhaps the shaman had been training Guizi since her childhood. All the residents in the tribe assumed that the herb packs were mixed by the shaman himself. Now it seems that quite a lot of them must be made by Guizi. Need any help? Asked Shashwan. Guizi wanted to refuse at first, but on second thought, she nodded. However, she did not ask Shashwan to directly process those herbs. Instead, she asked him to help her carry stuff. What's going on? Lack of herb packs? Are there a lot of wounded warriors this time? Asked Shashwan. There are 9 of them, answered Guizi. Of course, only the badly wounded warriors would be sent back first. 9 severely injured warriors. Indeed, the number was unusual, but fortunately, no one was killed. There are not enough heart-piercing stems. Help me get the box that contains the heart-piercing stems. Guizi said in a hurry. Alright. Shashwan had remembered where the different kinds of herbs were located, so he did not need Guizi to tell him, but directly brought back a huge wooden box. The heart-piercing stem belonged to a type of plant from the grassland. It was only the width of a little finger, and had a thin outer layer. On its inside, there was a black thin thread. The layer couldn't be used, and the inner thin black thread was toxic as well. When processing the heart-piercing stem, one had to peel the outer layer and extract the inner thread as well. Although in a hurry, Guizi was well coordinated with her moves. However, she was still not fast enough. The heart-piercing stem was very hard to process, and it would take a lot of time to process one piece. Shashwan had seen her process it. She needed at least half an hour to process each stem. Because of that, Guizi had sweat on her forehead. She was still holding the knife tightly, but she sped up, and the work was not as perfect as normal. After all, she was in a hurry to save lives, so she'd rather use more materials in trade of saving the time to deliver the herbs to the shaman. Normally, the heart-piercing stem was used to treat the severe inner wounds that exhausted the warrior's self-healing ability, which meant that these kinds of wounds were extremely dangerous. They required immediate treatment after the warriors were sent to the treatment room, so all the drugs and herbs needed to be prepared in no time. 1 more minute's delay meant more danger than before. Seeing that there were a few stems in the wooded box, Shashwan took one himself. He pinched on the stem gently, and he pinched along the spirals from bottom to top. You shouldn't touch. Guizi was about to stop Shashwan when she realized what Shashwan was doing by her side, for he was a novice at this after all. However, she looked over at him, and then decided to swallow what she wanted to say. After seeing the scene, she saw Shashwan quickly finish the pinching. He held the half-arm-length heart-piercing stem with one hand, and a small stone knife in his other hand. The knife was especially made by Shashwan from a fine stone core. The stone core was sent by the shaman earlier this year, when Shashwan had made a major contribution to the tribe. It was not a big one, for the finer the stone core was, the harder it would be to obtain it. After crafting some small stoneware, Shashwan kept the rest of the stone core. On his first day in the medicine house, when he saw Guizi use a small stone knife to peel a herb, he made himself a similar one with the remaining stone core. The fine stone core was not easy to craft, so it took him a few days to finish the work. Unexpectedly, it was in use on the first day that Shashwan carried it with him. The small stone knife moved up and down a few times, and then got pulled back. Like peeling a banana, Shashwan peeled the heart-piercing stem's layer from one end to another. It went very smoothly. It was nothing like earlier when Guizi tried hard to peel the heart-piercing stem. Guizi just stared at him, totally forgot what she should be doing. She kept her eyes wide open, staring at Shashwan's every move. When Shashwan peeled the layer near the other end, he should just cut the small part near the end, together with the layer, if he did it as Guizi's demonstration. As for the inner thread, normally Guizi would slip the stem into 2 parts from bottom to top, and then carefully excavate the thread out. However, Shashwan did no such thing. When he got near the other end, he squeezed on the end while twisting it softly. After a gentle pull, a black thin thread got pulled out, together with the peeled layer. Guizi was stunned. She now did not have any facial expression on her face. It was not like she hadn't tried the same thing, but exactly because she had tried it before, did she realize how hard it was to just pull out a black inner thread. However, just in front of her own eyes, a novice apprentice did it perfectly, as if he had practiced it 1,000 times. All the moves were as fluent as ever, without even one single hesitation. In fact, Shashwan did not know as well why he could process that so flawlessly on his first time. It felt like an instinct. It was not Shashwan's own instinct, but the instinct he got after reading the shaman volumes. It was transferred from the shaman volumes to himself, like a consciousness of instinct. When he was processing the stem, it was like someone whispered in his ears about what to do next, and how he should do it. The whole set of actions were almost complete copies of the scene that he read on the animal skin roll, about how to process the heart-piercing stem. With Shashwan added to the workflow, The herb packs were quickly finished. Guizi grabbed the herb packs and ran out, leaving Szechuan and that turtle in the medicine house looking at each other. I bet that turtle totally is thinking about biting Szechuan. After about 2 hours, the shaman came. He looked quite tired. Guizi stayed behind to look after the wounded warriors, and did not come back with the shaman. When the shaman entered, Szechuan was feeding the turtle with the wastes. "How are things over there?" asked Szechuan as he passed a cup of water to the shaman. The shaman sat on a wooden chair and sipped on the water. Momentarily, he answered, "It's good." That meant that the wounded ones were in no critical situation now. Szechuan continued feeding the turtle with the wastes. The shaman stared at Szechuan for some time. Earlier, Guizi had told him about how Szechuan perfectly processed the heart-piercing stems. He was not surprised at all. Glancing on the animal skin rolls on the stone desks and the stone table, he pleasantly but sternly called Szechuan, "Ah Juan." "Yes." "Do you want to be the shaman?" "No, I don't." The shaman's heart immediately shattered in pieces at his firm no.